fill my pipe, and then we're gonna start. Fuck, the heat in here is insane.
Yeah. And tomorrow.
Are you getting record heat like we are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple days this week where I'm not entering this
Oh, that's completely fine. I'll be at work in a nice air-conditioned building.
Oh, fuck you.
Ha 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 ha! Score one first round. But I'll be working for 12 hours, so it's kind of an up and down kind of thing. Alright, so why don't you guys just, you guys are sitting at, you guys are sitting at the campfire with fucking Paladin Keurig. He's pretty fucked up on the ground, and why don't you guys do a little role-playing while I fill my pipe? Any questions, comments, concerns before we start? That kind of deal?
Not really, just gotta shut
Not really. I'm just finishing making my food here.
Okay, just let me know when you're good to go then.
Should probably do a recap.
You want to do a recap? Okay, I can do a recap. So in the last episode, everybody...
Hang on. I would like to say, all 9 notes are public if you want to read them.
Okay, why is it every time we start D&D, then your voice goes crazy? Like, I don't understand it.
That's very nice.
Are you next to your microphone, Brian?
Yeah, it's Fantasy Grounds.
Is the loading problem? God.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Went down to the sewers, saw the sewer system, we fucked off and heard that conversation. Yeah. Ah, very nice.
Yeah, look at the quality of Brian's notes. They are disgusting. In a good way.
I was about to say, like, he means that as a compliment.
Let's see if I can make this any better at all.
Because you can close the Steam window without closing Steam, so that might help a little bit.
I don't even use Steam.
Oh yeah, that's right. You got this directly from the company instead of Steam. Gotcha.
Yeah, as we figured out, the demo on Steam doesn't really do anything.
Alright, so I got Geladri, I got Ortholin. Just waiting on Jackie Boy, and I have everything set up. Making sure all the buttons are on and the knobs are twisted. Thank you. And I'll quote-unquote try not to be as long-winded this time.
Dude, you could, like, spend an hour talking about, like, a fucking apple tree and I would be hooked.
That floored me. Alright. Doobies! Do you have to grab a smoke or anything, Kote?
Yeah, if I need to go, I'll just take my phone with me.
Okay. Alright, so while Jackie Boy's making this food, we can kind of do a little warm-up role-play session going on. Alright, so, like before, you guys are down in the deep sewers. You are roughly about a 10 minutes journey back to the area that Brian came in. And you guys are sitting in a little culvert trying to catch your breath after the crazy things you just witnessed. You take a look over towards Paladin Keurig, and you can kind of see that the liquids that were coming out of the holes in his chest have gone. He kind of sits up a little bit, and you can see him reach for his chest. He puts his hand on his chest and then kind of pushes down, and you can see an imprint of his hand go onto his chest, and all of the holes close with almost like a metal cap that goes over top of all the holes.
Healing magic.
Is he an android? Does anyone answer?
Are you looking for me to answer or the players?
No. Just if anyone has anything to, I don't know. Or Ortolan's meditating. He sees out of the corner of his eye. He raises his whiskers and he's like, Is it an android?"
I'm gonna get you to roll a history check.
I'm stupid.
Okay, you're able to tell that there was no. In the back of your mind, you seem to remember somebody talking previously about how those mech suits are actually operated, because they are quite common around town for different means. And the people that usually are allowed to wear mech armor tend to have these tendrils in their body to fuel the machines. But whenever they're not active, they have the opportunity to be able to activate machinery to close it, kind of like a gate sealing water.
Oh. Ortolan just shakes his head and goes, "Wait a minute. I know exactly what he's doing." And then goes back to meditation. It took him a minute.
Can you describe me your meditation process?
Well, he's wearing his monk robes. He's got his hood pulled down over his head. He's looking down at his knees, so all you can see is his rabbit ears sticking through the hood and his whiskers protruding from beyond the edge of the cowl. And you basically just see him making little you know how when you look at a rabbit, it's just chewing air?
Yep, and the whiskers are the only things moving?
Yep, that's exactly what it looks
Gotcha.
like.
Understood. And can you give me a description, Brian, of what you're doing right now? Just kind of like how you would just rest. Like, what would you do?
Oh, how would I rest?
Yeah, like, what would you be doing at rest time?
In a shell having a tea party.
No,
Just like the tent
probably,
in Harry Potter. Just like a kitchen in there. Feet off the table.
Trying to relieve the tension.
No, probably like either like getting food for my companions or adoring nature.
Awesome. So you're not like retracted into your shell, just ignoring everybody. You're actually out, just kind of like doing the thing an adventurer would do.
Yeah, just making sure everybody's eating and if I see something go on.
Send the turtle
What's
out
that?
foraging. We're starving to death. Send the turtle out foraging.
Serious.
All right. So, Jack, what would your character be doing? Would you be relaxing? Would you be ongoing? What's up?
So we did meet up at the end of the session last time after we overheard.
Yep,
that,
everybody is here.
Yeah. Hi. Where are we exactly? Sorry,
So at the end of the last session, whenever you and Brian were in the undercaves, you heard that conversation between the two people, and then you rolled investigation checks to find your way to the rest of the group.
Okay, so we are still like underground right now.
Everybody's there.
Okay, everyone's there. Paladin's there with us.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just
I don't know. This kind of seems like a pretty good time for us to rest up since we're supposed to be boarding that Zeppelin soon.
Yep, so you guys have rested for an hour, so there's 2 hours left.
Yeah, it's not exactly where I planned on getting some rest before we boarded the Zeppelin, but, well, I'm with some very interesting people for this mission, it seems.
There you go. So another question I have for you is, during rest period, what would a warlock be doing?
If not outright sleeping, probably just kind of like meditating upon my magic a bit there, even though there's no real like
So you'd be
I-
kind of like counting spell components, checking your tome, making sure your wand is ready with Eldritch Blast, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, just kind of flipping through all that stuff, making sure everything is good to go. Not like a proper meditation, more like a
Yeah, this is just like knee.
preparation.
Yeah, this is like more like a knee on the floor, kind of like get unwinded kind of rest.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
think pretty much everything would be in order. It's not like I went around Eldritch blasting everything, but I did use Charm Person a couple times, I suppose.
exactly. So, so at this point, the floor is now open for you guys to discuss your next move.
Well, we've got 2 hours before we're supposed to be on that Zeppelin. We're all here.
Not split
I
up
think
again.
Unless called into conversation, I'm going to keep meditating.
Yeah. What about this guy? Wasn't he trying to kill everyone a little while ago? I say as I point to Kurek.
Sorry, say that one more time, Jack. I had to take my headset off to grab my coffee. Say that one more time.
Oh, I just pointed at Kurek and I said, why is this guy here? Wasn't he trying to, like, kill everyone earlier or something?
So you can kind of see that he is kind of sitting off on his own, kind of just like basically trying to dry himself off because all the liquid that spilled out when he was forcibly removed for the mech is still covering his body. So he's just there trying to get, like, wipe his shoulders. Like, his hands are bound behind his back, but he's just kind of trying to rub, like, himself on this cloth that was up, or this tree branch that's up against the wall to try to get the soot and dirt off of himself.
Okay.
I'm gonna
No.
take a rag.
I just
and
felt
go
like
over
I
and
should
start
bring that
cleaning
up
him
since me and Jaladri weren't there for the whole removing of the parasite from him in exposition and all that.
Gotcha.
Didn't mean to cut you
I'm
off,
gonna-
Bri. Go ahead.
No worries. I'm just gonna take some rags and go over and like take care of this wet person.
Very good. So as you approach, you can see you get a better view of him because he was kind of in the shadows, kind of in the corner, bound, and you can kind of see him look up at you, and you notice that he is completely human. He has 6 holes on his chest that seem to be plugged by metal caps. He has 2 on each leg, and 1 on each bicep.
Looks like a cyborg right out of the Matrix or something.
Kind of, yeah, but bigger. Imagine these to be like basically the size of, I want to say, a mandarin.
Oh,
What?
Like a clementine. About that big.
Okay. Like
Those are
literally
pretty
an
big,
orange.
juice
Okay.
pop.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna start cleaning him up. And ask him about his tubes.
Ask him about his tubes.
You notice that as the turtle's cleaning him up, Ordelin takes out a canvas and brushes and starts to paint a portrait of him cleaning up the dude.
So is it on a tripod that you set up, or is it just at a hand?
It's a little portable, foldable easel and some oil paints.
Oh, that's
And
fucking sick.
You notice that he's painting with the 2 tiny little oddly shaped daggers that he also uses to fight.
And is it just what, like, is it just black ink? Is that what are like on the side, or is it just the color palettes?
It's a couple different colors. It's like it's not like I don't know. It's like what you would see in an old painting. Just nothing too special.
Awesome. All right, so
Like
you guys,
like oil paints or something, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, let's say it's like a Monet painting. He's like making all these lighting effects and shit, and he's like he's concentrating on the shadow glancing off of the dude's face, and he's all like impressionist shit.
Oh, okay.
If we want to get real into it.
It's a rabbit
Nice.
painting. Let's just all be happy with that.
Absolutely.
Awesome. So I will let the floor up to you guys.
Just let me know when I'm done cleaning him.
Oh, yes, that's what's happening. So as you start to clean him off, he kind of gives you the customary bow, thank you, friend. And he looks over towards the rest of the group and he says, you got some ruffians in your midst. Kinda didn't really expect that, but I believe my mind is more clear now. Thank you.
I tap my shell and snap my beak, and I go, "We're all a little rough."
Need you to roll intimidation. So he kind of gets traced back, and he just goes, He doesn't have much dealings with the turtle race before, and didn't know your neck could extend. So he kind of just gets a snapping face, and you get to the point where you're so close that you actually feel contact on his cheek, but it's just mostly he can smell your breath. That's how close you got to him, and he kind of reels back. He's like, "Oh fuck!"
Wow. Well, after that, I apologize for scaring him, and I will offer him some like water and something to eat.
He's gonna roll an insight check to see if you're trying to trick him.
Yeah, I think that sounds reasonable.
And
Yeah, probably.
he looks over and he believes you're genuine, so he kind of leans over, but kind of shrugs his hands as they're tied behind his back.
I'm gonna look at everyone else and be like, "Anyone mind if I cut this guy free?"
No objections here.
Nope.
Last-
I'm pretty sure he's on the level. I mean, he's a paladin. He was obviously mind controlled, so I don't think we have anything to fear from him.
In the back of the room, you hear a voice pop up. Well, we should be a little careful. This guy's big and beefy, and we gotta pay attention. Wop, wop, wop. Ah! And over on the other side of the room, the big, huge fucking Goliath goes, I say we punch him in the throat, and he'll give us answers.
Yes, we had to leave the armor behind. Calm down.
I'm just gonna kind of glare at Steve and say, "Hush! The adults are talking."
Speaking of which, I hope
Alright,
Steve
well-
will actually show up at some point. I sent him off a message, so he's probably doing baby duty, and he might get back to us later.
Yeah, it'd be good to have more of the crew in here.
Yeah. So I'll look at him and say, "Hold still," and I'll reach my claw behind him and cut his vines.
As you cut his vines, you notice that it was fairly simple rope, so it doesn't take much to cut it. But just in the condition that he was in, you could tell that, like, he must have been really, really weak to not be able to break those vines. And he goes, "Thank you, my friend," and he kind of, like, hassles his wrists with the palm of his hands to kind of shake free any debris that would have been on them.
So I'm gonna give him his water and some food, and then I'm also gonna like look him over to see if I can help him with anything. Maybe a medicine check.
So, I'll give you a perception check, and we'll go from there. Okay, so upon looking this man up and down, you notice that all of the hole plugs on his hands, legs, and arms and torso have closed up. You see no more liquids protruding from his body. Now, the wounds that he has are superficial, but there are a couple of wounds that he sustained. One is from a cut that he received from getting shot in the neck by Honky. And another one is a small laceration on his leg where one of the metal beams cut him when he was ripped from the machinery. So you are able to do medicine checks to heal those if you wish.
Yes, absolutely. I just want to check one. Okay, I can do it.
So while he's doing that, Orthlan, you're kind of like getting right into your painting. And I want you to give me a description on your first few brush strokes.
Well, he's got the hammer in his mouth. It's a little tiny, tiny rock hammer from where he stretched the canvas and nailed it to the frame. And he's got a knife in each hand, and he's got the palette just sitting on his knees, and he's kind of like double handing it. You see the knives flying in the air, and he's just throwing paint at it, smushing it around. And it's like it almost looks like you're looking through Vaseline. It's very artistic. It's not like photographic realistic. It's just a quick fucking it's the painting is mostly like the most accurate thing about it is the lighting and the mood, and the subjects are somewhat blurry because he makes them very quickly with knives. So that's how they would look. If I can
Gotcha.
find a good example, I'll share it. But
Perfect.
he's just moving at lightning speed, fucking throwing gobs of paint onto this thing.
Nice. So, Westra, you're asking these questions out loud, but nobody seems to be responding, and you're getting a little frustrated because you feel like these people should be like, ready to go. Like, what is actually happening here?
Yeah, exactly.
So what I would like you to do is I'd like you to roll a insight check.
Okay. Insight.
All right. So, as you're pondering about like what the situation is and where it's going, you kind of think that it might be actually a good idea to stay moderately hidden while you approach the clock tower. So you think that now the guards would have congregated and discussed things and discussed a plan of action throughout the city. So something in the back of your mind's telling you that you got to be sneaky.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Half of our group went and got all of us into trouble, basically.
Get used to it.
Yeah.
All right, so now you're standing there. You're looking at the other party. You can see the guns, the fairy on the other side, reloading his weapons and kind of like dusting off. You can see the Goliath standing in the corner, counting his arrows. And then you just walk, and then you just catch a glimpse of Ortholan, and you notice that he's like going fucking ham on the painting. And I want you to roll a perception check.
Okay.
Okay, as you look upon the Reb, you can actually see the tips of his fucking whiskers just going like mad. And you're actually starting to notice that it's quite, it's not necessarily realism, but it's a very animated painting that he's crafting. But you also notice that there's kind of a ray of light hitting the side of his painting.
You notice him dexterously whipping his head around, using his whiskers to add texture to the paint. It looks a little goofy.
Yeah,
like
it seems to
put
work.
on,
It seems to work though. The
Yeah,
picture's coming along pretty nicely, it looks like.
it looks like if you put on Bodies, the song Bodies, it would be perfectly appropriate because it looks like he's head banging like a mad.
Right on.
Whipping his head back and forth, thrashing his whiskers off the painting, adding finishing touches and smudges where appropriate. He's moving very fast.
I've never seen anyone paint a picture quite like that before, but it looks nice.
Roll a deception check. No, I'm joking.
When he's done, you notice he whips his head around, slaps the back of his ear off the palette to coat it with paint, and then slaps his ear against the corner of the canvas, and that's the signature.
So whenever Ortholan
badass.
slams the corner of the picture, the ray of light almost intensifies because of the wetness of the paint.
That's about it. You see him scrutinizing it. I'm trying to set up my, when I get to level 3 and have to choose the way.
So there you go. So what do you guys want to do?
I think I'm going to try to ask the most obvious question to our new paladin captive slash acquaintance slash future friend. I don't know.
And what would you like to ask him?
Well, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and be upfront first, but I may try more underhanded means afterwards. I'm just going to kind of walk up to him and say, I'd like to ask you a question. We saw you at the square earlier. I guess it'd be yesterday now, technically.
He goes, yes. I vaguely recall.
Weren't you supposed to be going on one of those Zeppelins that left?
Says, no, that... Oh, apologies, that was my brother.
Oh, you look very similar.
Yeah, so,
Roll a
basically...
perception check.
Yeah, if you guys want, I'll get you all, except for fucking Painty McGee, everybody roll perception checks. So each of you, whenever you are looking, you actually discern very slight differences in their facial features. You weren't able to see the paladin clearly 30 feet up wearing full armor, but you actually notice that some of the descriptions meet this gentleman. As you look a little closer, he has a very light beard, but two white lines of hair go from his chin to his ears like a chin strap. That's white, and with his mustache, that is black.
Okay. So are they like near identical twins or something, I guess?
No. Maybe. I don't know. Shut up.
One question only.
Yeah. So, yeah, you didn't really get a good look at the paladin's face when he was up top, but you can tell that the description of the man that you guys heard from the documentation is slightly similar to his. So he kind of bows his head and he says, yes, that's my brother.
All right. Can I ask the other rather obvious question right now? Or...
Yeah.
Okay. Do you maybe have any idea what this whole Zeppelin mission that we're about to go on is about? Because we don't.
Okay, he goes, my memory is quite fragmented, I will admit. I only remember bits and pieces about what happened. I do recall slightly before I ordered the execution of that woman. Something, and he kind of starts to writhe in pain, and you can see kind of like sweat start to come off his brow.
Oh, God.
It's almost as if he goes into a vision state. And he says, all I remember about that was, I remember an itch. Almost a pain in my neck. I remember not being able to control my own actions. But before that, I think, and he starts to think much, much deeper. And then he says, wait, I was here when the contracts were signed. All of you were there. I was at the meeting that discussed making this team. And he kind of looks around and he's trying to like draw from inspiration some way to be able to recall more.
I feel like we're kind of on the right track anyway.
And then he go ahead, Kote, sorry.
Do I feel like if I take out a fresh canvas and start painting what he's describing, it might help his memory?
Yes, actually, you probably could.
That's a really good idea.
So he takes the portrait of the dude. He quickly unnails it from the frame, and he just shakes it in the air a couple times. He presents it. He gives it to the dude as a gift. He doesn't care to keep it. Stretches a new piece of canvas out, tears it off, stretches it over the frame, quickly nails it, moving at lightning speed, fucking jabbing these little nails through it. And he like adopts a psychologist monk posture with crossed legs while sitting on a nearby stone, and he starts to whip fucking paint on the canvas, painting the scene this guy's describing like a courtroom sketch person.
So he first starts. I see three images very clearly. So he leans over towards you and kind of gives you an ample description. He sees, I see a stone archway. Very dark. Lit by torch. The archway itself is filled with bars and crossfade. It seems like a gate. But there's something weird about the door. The lock, it's special. And that's all he gives you. And now I need you to roll a performance check.
Ain't that picture.
To paint?
Yep.
Okay.
So you're able to whip this. So I'm going to let you describe how you paint this, Kote.
Well, the only thing that's different from when he was painting his portrait is that when he starts talking about darkness and shit, Ordolin impatiently just scoops up some dirt off the ground with his knives rather than go back into his pack for black paint. It's just so he can continue working quickly.
Very good. So you take a...
So it's scooping dirt off the ground. He scoops some soot off the end of a nearby torch and uses.
Okay, good. That was my question. Awesome. Yeah. So as you guys ponder, I want everybody to roll, except for Kote. I want you guys to roll perception checks.
Womp womp.
Your perception is disgusting, Brian.
Kinda, yeah.
That is so fucking good. The painting itself, you guys are looking at it, and you can tell that the axis of the painting is off a little bit because the floor is not actually center. But in the way that it sits, you can kind of tell that there's something special about the locking mechanism. But you can't really see it from how far away you are. But you would be able to see more if you stepped up to where the actual painting is.
Yeah, I'm gonna get closer and let me take a look at that for a second.
And I want everybody to roll knowledge investigation. No, history.
I'm supposed to say knowledge is not investigation is not a knowledge.
You too, Kote.
Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, I'm stupid. Let's go. Dare to be stupid. Dare to be stupid.
So, Ortholan, what you see is kind of like the way you've painted it. It's almost like that the locking mechanism itself isn't very visible. It's more of like a shadowy area of the dirt that you spread on it before. You kind of notice that that's almost like a circular pattern, which seems to be like a couple of gears on the inside of it. Jaladri, what you notice is not only are there gears, but there seems to be some kind of dark shadow around the inside of this little opening. And you kind of see it, you can kind of judge the distance between the top of the door and the bottom, and you seem to think that it's probably about maybe 2 or 3 inches in diameter. Westro, you sense that you've seen this before. I need you to roll a knowledge history check a second time. Or insight, sorry, my mistake, not history.
Insight, okay.
Yeah, insight, sorry. Okay, Jack, I would like you to follow me into D&D viewers, so I will bring you to the chat room. I need to discuss something with Jack alone.
Oh, okay.
Sure. I'll be right back. All right, can you hear me, Jackie boy?
Yes, sir.
So, you know for a fact that this door, not only have you seen it before, you've passed it already. So this is the door back in the original area that had a lock on it.
Okay.
You recognize the door. Not only that, you realize that the key for this door is actually the seals that you have.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't seem to be completed. On the third ring, you realize that there's actually another piece to this key.
And we've got 2 of them.
I'm going to get you to roll an insight check.
Another insight? Okay.
Yeah.
Bada boom.
You are 100% sure it's in Honky's possession.
That's basically what I figured, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to bring you back. All right. We have returned.
We saw the fucking greasy rolls.
I never thought of that, actually. Awesome. All right, so as you can see, he says, so you can kind of see over the paladin is kind of sitting there gracefully looking at the pictures, and it is like, wow, you're actually really good at that. So he pays you a compliment, Kote.
A little bow. He doesn't really know how to take compliments because he's so humble. He gives him the painting. He's just like, please take it with you, and hopefully you'll remember the strange and interesting times that we live in, or some shit. You'll remember the strange experiences that we've been through. Maybe it will give you add some meaning to your. I don't know.
Sorry, you're coming in really low now, Kote.
Because I'm mumbling because I don't know what to say. He doesn't say much. Sorry, I'm used to playing characters that are really verbose like Buford, and this guy does not talk very much. I'm having trouble dialing it back.
If you could think of a movie character from any movie, what would Ortholan be? Like, what demeanor? Are you thinking like somebody from like Pulp Fiction that is like a really dangerous person that never speaks,
No.
or like, you know, like
He seems more like a quiet, like, nerdy priest kind of type.
You're gonna have to give me a few minutes with that.
anybody need a piss or a smoke?
I wouldn't mind a few minutes there. I haven't properly consummated my meal yet.
There you go. You go do that. We're gonna take a $5, and then or a $5 or $10, and then we'll pick it up again. Now that the
Alright.
warm up's ready to go.
Perfect. So I guess we're off to the whatchamacallit.
Well, you still have 2 more things he's willing to describe in painting.
Oh,
So-
I meant the this thing on the stream that I forget the name of.
Oh, the spawn area. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're brilliant.
Yeah. All right, cool. I'll be back in a moment.
Oh. Bum-ba-ba. So there you go, guys. What do you think so far? Any questions, comments, concerns? Everybody rowdy?
Yeah, I'm good.
No concerns. All
I mean,
good.
I'm only quiet because I'm writing notes at the same time.
And if you want me to afterwards, Brian, I can actually cook up the pictures of what they see and then give it to you to add in. Just remind me, because they take a long time to do.
Oh, yeah. Take your time on that. Something to figure out the name.
See, what you're doing right now is what I really wanted to do in the last one. But I just got so bogged down with working on the stream and working on this that I didn't have time to do it.
Oh, no arguments. Like, even running a character and making notes and trying to make decisions for my character at the same time is... Like, that's why I go quiet sometimes, because I'm like, must type fast.
Gotcha. I'm expecting you to have a full profile on fucking Ortholan by the end of this with his painting and just have like a giant blurb on how his art style is. That way if Kote ever forgets, you just hand him the note. So here you go. Your character in a nutshell. Why am I stuck in this nut?
If you want to, you can take a look at the notes I'm writing for this episode right now.
No, I always enjoy reading them at the end. What I'm thinking on doing is making 30-second videos at the end of it where I read your notes and we talk about it with chat. I'm starting to think about that.
Jill Ladry's notebook.
Yeah.
Because that is one of the items I took. It's the notebook, and then like it's like a piece of carbon or something. I don't know what to write. I figured like singeing a stick with fire could probably do the same thing.
Gotcha. But yeah, pretty good stuff. Ba, 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 da, da, da. Well, I wonder if Calum gets done, he would just fucking hop into this one.
That'd be cool. Yeah, remind me when we start. I want to do a medicine check on this guy's parasite wound because I want to start like all my characters start cataloging like the weird shit I'm finding because it's like, yeah, I'm 900 years old. I've never seen this before. This is what we're gonna need to
There you go.
record this.
That's pretty cool. You
No,
can almost write
Oh.
that into your backstory if you wanted to about some things that you've seen that you've documented already.
Yeah, like the way I see it is like I have like other books that are just like sitting in like somebody's library somewhere.
Gotcha.
Because like I was like, oh, met somebody and they were like, oh my god, you're so like, what have you been doing? And I'm like, here, I need to make space for the next one, anyways. Or maybe like there's a druid grove that I go to like once a year or something and drop my book off in like a druid library. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that'll need to be pondered out a bit.
Oh, like the second. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
Just saying, I'm back.
Oh, cool. Yeah, because like once I see like none of your guys' backstories matter shit until the actual game starts. This is kind of like the prequel almost.
Mm.
So yeah, like once we get through the final episode, then I'm taking all of your guys' backstories and I'm going back to the drawing board.
All right.
So it's kind of like, yeah, it'll be good. A lot, like, it's hard to say what you're going to meet out there, but, like, now that I've got Calum's backstory, there has to be, like, he said that he's from, like, all fairies are from the Feywilds. So it's like there has to be a Feywild in this place in order for this to make sense. So that leaves me with very few options when we're in the desert. So it's like I have to come up with something.
Right.
So now I have to write some stuff about that, and I have to write some stuff about like anything to do with the outside world. And I have like bullet points that I've been making over the last like month, where it's like if I have a good concept, I'll write it down in like a 3-word sentence, and then I'll bring it back and then try to think up a concept around it. So that's what I've been kind of doing. So we'll see how the rest of it goes.
One thing I was thinking of is like druid groves could exist around like oases in the desert area.
That was my number one thought for sure. So it's kind of like, how do you add that?
Perfect place.
You walk.
Like, perfect place as like a portal for the Feywild.
You walk up to it, and it's just a little oasis with a bunch of trees on it, and all you hear is do 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 do, and then a fairy pops up, and you get all your hearts back.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then you attack the fairy, and like a fucking legion of tortoises descend on you.
Wouldn't it be chickens?
Just be level 1 commoners and just like 10 million of them just dumped on top of you.
No, what's the natural?
That.
What's
Actually, no. In a desert, it would be coconut spiders.
That'd be fun.
Or sand fleas.
A monstrosity sand fleas. They can jump 600 feet in the air.
Or even just like give it like swarm traits. Like that'd be like 50,000 sand.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Kote, are you there?
Yep.
Okay, just waiting on you to return. So now we're all good. All right, let's head back into DD. Wow. All right, we are back. All right, so yeah, so you guys end up seeing the painting, and Paladin Keurig looks over towards you, Ortholan, and says, "Whenever you're ready for the next one."
He just stares at him and gives a slight nod. Whips the canvas off as per usual. Whips the nails out, puts them in his mouth. Hauls the canvas to the side.
Very good.
Puts the new one on, reuses the same nails. Tick, 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 tick.
Right on. I need you to roll a perception check for me as well. I completely forgot about this, and this should have happened at the very beginning.
It's a 3.
You notice there's something weird about Jaladri.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna look more closely.
So now that you get a full view of him directly in front, you actually notice that he's wearing an eye patch.
Wait.
And it
Didn't
just
I-
kinds of strikes you funny.
Didn't I already know about this?
Not in-game, but you do now.
Oh.
And it should strike your fancy. It's bright orange.
The Ortolan looks back at his painting.
'Kay.
seeming unfazed.
Very
by
good.
his Recent observation.
So Paladin Curate starts to remember again.
As he starts to do this, I'm going to position myself behind the paladin and kind of like start examining the back of his neck.
Very good. He says, I see a woman. I see a woman. Yes. Yes. Yes, she is human. She wears a dress. Very tight. Starts at the shoulders. Droops to her bosom. Follows her hips all the way down. And slightly gets bigger at the bottom as it flows onto the ground behind her. The dress is... It's crimson. Yes, crimson red, like blood. Her hair tightly bound behind her head. It's... yes, she was blonde. She had something in her hand. Oh, why is it so hard to remember?
From the description, I'm pretty sure that he's talking about Ezuri.
So he looks back up and he says, the thing in her hand, what was it? What was it? It was a book. Yes, it was a book. It was about 20 inches long. And maybe 6 inches thick. Leather bound. Black as ichor.
6 inches thick. That's a hefty fucking tome.
Full of a book, yeah.
So describe to me how you would paint this, Kote.
Well, the only notable thing I can think of would be that the lines aren't as straight as they ought to be because he's freehanding it, and he fumbles in his pack for a little while finding the red paint because he hasn't used it for a while. But otherwise, he paints a book in his now observed style, and it's unremarkably a book.
So I'll get you to roll a performance check. Okay, as you start to slap the paint on, you notice that you have a little skip in your step. You're maintaining a proper composure as your all extremities that you use to paint start slapping the canvas at lightning speed.
Cool.
He's fucking into her.
In the book, I think it's generally dexterity for painting, but of course, artistic license. You're allowed to do this if you like. Or
Okay, we'll give you the option of both next time, whether you want to do performance or a straight dex. How about that?
Yeah, sure. I just shot you the paragraph from the PHB or the DM. I think it's from the DM's guide. I shot it to you in your DMs.
Very good.
Dex sounds more fitting because performance is charisma based, whereas painting is like a skill thing.
That depends on if you believe paintings are an art performance. It's all up in the air.
If you're trying to
Fair enough.
create a painting of a given rarity that's gonna be worth a certain amount of GP, the DM's guide provides a
Really? Oh, okay.
yeah, like if you want to create, but like I'm just creating little chicken scratch pieces, so I don't know that it really counts. But like if an intricate painting of a certain size has a value in the
Okay.
DM's guide or whatever, right? So if I wanted to create an intricate painting of a certain size, there would be like it would take me 8 hours, and the DC would be 8 plus the complexity bonus.
Okay. I'm going to
But I don't need to
abolish.
into that shit.
I'm gonna abolish the time it takes and make you role play how to paint it, and just so you accurately describe it to the group, so we all can visualize it in our head. And I'm taking away how long it takes.
Well, it doesn't necessarily say that it's 8. It just says you have to roll a check for every 8 hours that you work on it. So
Gotcha.
Or 8 hours of work has been finished. The artist must succeed on the dexterity painter supplies check, adding their proficiency.
And I'm sure it's the same as like 10 is easy, 15 is a little harder, that yada yada yada, something like that. It would get harder as you're painting, the longer you're painting.
Yeah, there's process and complexity modifiers that go from +1 to +6. So you would like a light process intricate painting would be +7 to the DC of 8.
Okay, and you sent that all to me, right?
Yeah, it's all in.
Okay, I will definitely read up on that for next session.
It's a little heavy. I don't really intend to create paintings that I'm going to sell for money. It's just part of my character, so it doesn't need to be like scrutinized.
Gotcha. Okay, awesome. All right, so where were we? Okay, so as you finish your painting, everybody is just standing in awe looking at the paint. I need everybody else to, Sorry?
I'm not standing in awe. I'm still examining the dude's parasite thing.
Oh, gotcha. All right, so Jack, I need you to roll a perception check, please.
Okay. Womp womp.
So you take a look at the painting and you look it up and down, and you're kind of noticing that you recognize the woman, but you don't recognize the tome that she's holding or notice anything in particular about it.
Right. Okay.
So, so Jaladri, go ahead and what are you trying to do again? You're looking for parasites on the neck?
I'm just like examining his wound, trying to record like what the doctor shit, being like, okay, this is what the wound looks like after we've taken it off.
Gotcha.
Just, like trying to remember what the parasite was. You kind of like give a rough sketch of it.
Very good.
Like I'm like, I haven't seen any of these things ever, and it's been one day, and I've seen 2.
Okay.
But I'm like, yeah.
So you notice that a lot of the skin around the holes that closed over with metals now seem to be form-fitting. You look like this is actually natural for his body. You don't really notice like any pain or any color skin discrepancy. But when you're examining him while Kote was painting and he was describing, there is still remnants of a hole on the back of his neck, and every time he seems to have a headache or have difficulty, that hole slightly opens bigger and then starts to reduce in size.
Ew. That's nasty.
All right.
I'm going...
Nope, go ahead, sorry. Smoke
Can
some
I
weed.
roll a medicine check and just sort of like rot it a little bit? And like, I'm gonna tell it like, this may hurt, but I need to know. And
Okay.
I'm gonna like pull it open a little and see if I can see any remnants of parasite.
He probably would need convincing because he's in a lot of pain. Maybe.
I have. I can offer him a pain-killing poultice. Pain-killing herbs.
All right, I'm going to give you a +2 on a persuasion check. No, I'm going to give you advantage on a persuasion check because you've got something he wants.
Well, I can give you this to help with the pain and everything, but I want to make sure that you're going to be okay going forward.
All right, roll a second one at a +2. Perfect. It's advantage, so we're going to take the 15. So he looks towards you, and you can tell that every time he seems to go into one of these trances, it causes him great pain. And he says, "Thank you, my friend," and he extends his hand.
I will reach into my herbalist kit and I will pull him out some very fine edible herbs
Very
and
good.
say these,
Awesome.
and then I will begin my impromptu surgery.
Yep. So I'm going to give you, it'll take 10 minutes, and it will require full concentration.
Okay.
Very good. Okay, so,
Very good.
Kote, I need you to roll a perception check. So, you were so concentrated on your painting that you were slapping it down, making it look beautiful, and everybody can identify every single part, color scheme, and axis, archway, everything of these books in this person, and it's a very realistic looking painting. But you notice something that you don't remember painting. And you can see in her hand is this. Hold on. Sorry, I opened items instead of images. Okay, so how do I do this again? It was all private, so where is it? There it is.
I don't see it.
See it?
Bam. There you go. So, Paladin Keurig says, it was a relic that was received, I believe. But it was never passed through the registry, and it just appeared in her possession. It was almost as if it had a power of its own.
Do I know what this thing is, or?
I will give you a knowledge religion check.
Okay.
So, you do not recognize the emblem upon it, but you do notice this book is very similar to artifacts that your people have received in the church or in the monastery. It looks almost like to be a ceremonial book with names in it of people that have passed away.
It's a death note.
This is the registry of the dead. Why would this have found its way into your possession?
It says, are you talking to the paladin?
Yeah.
Okay, you're talking to the paladin. So the paladin says, all I can remember is that, and then he goes to think harder. But you notice he has more clarity of mind this time. Brian, you notice that the actual holes are not opening and closing when he's thinking this time.
Okay.
And he says, something is egging my mind that it's got to have something to do with the Tarl. It must. Because these relics are from distant lands. This one somehow made its way into... And then he goes to think again. Sorry, that was supposed to be with advantage. Rennie. What was her name? I can't remember. No. It was Esri. It was her doing. And he recalls the name. And he goes on to describe kind of like a meeting that took place several days before. And during that, you can see a glimpse of Esri speaking with a group of consorts, very shady-looking individuals. and there's 3 of them, and they all seem to be cloaked with their masks covered. And you can't hear what they're saying, but you can just see the air around them and what the atmosphere is like of them speaking. It's almost like a living picture.
Is that like one of Brian's vision things, or is that something we can all see?
Everybody, well, this is a conversation that's happening out loud, basically. Like this.
He's telling the story.
Yeah, he's telling the story,
Okay.
but it's like still images the whole way through. So it basically says that you can't hear exactly what they're saying, but you can notice that she seems to have some power of authority over them. It cues up to the next envisionment, and it's basically her discussing something with the Tarl leaders. So this is in Cloak and Dagger, kind of like in Deep Council. A lot of the room that they're standing in is dark, and you can kind of see 6 or 7 chairs outlined in the circle of light in the center, and you can see her discussing something with them.
Not unlike the little meeting we eavesdropped on last time, then.
Mm-hmm. And then finally, you see in the third still, in the final still, you see Rene speaking with Ulani, and you can see like on the corner of the picture, you can actually see a grate, and you see 2 eyes behind the grate. So I need you to roll a insight check for me there, Westra. So you're contemplating everything that's being said, and you notice many similarities. You can kind of confirm now that the one you've seen before was in fact Ezri.
Mm-hmm.
So you confirm it. It's confirmed. And Ulani, you kind of put 2 and 2 together to figure that's probably her too.
Yeah, okay.
Now I leave it to you, Jack. How would you like to respond?
Westra's still kind of just putting stuff together in her head there. I think she's got a little more information than everyone else right now, and she's smart enough not to just go blurting everything out there.
Okay, so we're going to pause there for a second. Brian, I need you to join me in the chat. So I'm going to move you over to a private chat real quick. I'll be right back. All right, Brian. Brian is not there. Kote, follow me into the other room.
Well, that was a disappointment.
Which room is it?
Okay, so when you're what I was going to tell you is, while you're painting these things, you're also formulating thoughts and strategies of your own for the coming area, and then you also get out. You lost your turn. Fuck, where was it? I gotta find my place here. Okay, so you find it very interesting that the turtle is actually focusing more on the paladin than foreseen. And when he's moving his head towards it, you can see him bobbing down, and you're actually on the side that he's facing. And I need you to roll a perception check for me. I know that's not a lot to go off of, but I'll explain it here in a second. So, you're taking a look up and down. You don't really notice too much of a miss, but you can kind of see the turtle himself studying, and the turtle studying and marking down different formats, and you're kind of like a little bit, it kind of annoys you that he's not focusing on your beautiful painting. You're actually taking it as kind of like kind of a dickish move. But I also need you to roll another perception check for me. And what you do notice is bruh. So what you do notice is that upon Paladin Curric, you notice that the emblem, there are certain emblems that are actually coming off of the metal plate that's on his chest. And I'm going to send you an image. I know everybody will be able to see this, but I'm going to do it anyway.
It's an Ankh.
So that is the insignia tool and dyed right into the plates that are on his chest.
Okay. Noted.
Okay. How would you like to respond?
I don't think my character knows what that is. So,
So you're just going to hold on to it for now?
yeah, he'll just stare at it with mock sageness.
So I'm going to give you... do you want to, No, I'll just leave that alone. Very good. All right, I'm going to drop you back into the other chat. Very good. All right, we're back. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Da-da-da-da.
Go Snappa!
So, Paladin Cura kind of leans back, and you can kind of see that he's a lot better shape than he was the first time he did it. You notice that there's no more sweat pouring from his forehead, Brian. You notice that he seems to be a lot more calm and able to remember most details about both of those paintings. So, he looks over towards you and says, looks towards Ortholan and says, I'm ready when you're ready for the third.
Of course. Ortolan takes this painting off the canvas, but you notice instead of giving it to the dude, he slides it into a tube in his pack. And he
Oops.
nails a new canvas tubes, and he nails a new
Yep.
canvas onto the holder.
Very good. All right, so he's going to start to describe the third vision, and as you kind of see through, it's more along the lines of like a single image split in two. On the left-hand side, what you see is a hands holding a set of coins that seem to be snapping them together. And in front of those hands seems to be somebody face down on the ground. And in a mirror image to the opposite side, in the same way, you see another coins being slammed together, but they're different colors. So the first one was pure silver-like metal. This one is a darker iron forged deep metal sort of looking, where it had it would be completely dark, and if it ever got scratches, there'd be a little glimpse of light that would pass through, that kind of stuff. And it is it's in the form of it slamming together, and you can actually see that the body that mirrors it on the other side is actually bigger and a different color, more darkish red.
Okay. That's some information.
Yeah.
In spite of himself, just because he's good with metal, you hear Ortolan mumbling about galvanic corrosion and how he ought not to touch those coins together like that.
Very good.
Do those coins have any resemblance to the little commemorative coin-looking eye relic that Brian's got stuck to his head?
I'm going to give you a knowledge history check because he has it covered up, or else I would have given you a perception check.
Okay.
You notice that they don't bear any resemblance.
Okay.
All right, so what are you doing there, Bri?
So, as they're doing this, I'm going to cover, I'm going to get really close to the dude's neck and surround my eye patch with my hands and use my thumb to lift it up and see if I can see anything inside this, I can't remember. Did you say this like shows me like a different type of perception?
Yes. So you want to be able to use your eye to see if there's anything new? Is that what you're doing?
See if there's like magical tentacles or some shit left over, or whatever.
Okay. So yeah, describe what you're doing.
So yeah, I actually wrote it out. As Orlin continues to do his work, there's talk of a book of the dead. I'll inquire more about this later. It describes the picture. I peer closer into the wound. I surround the eye patch with my hands and hide the newfound trinket. Peer closely into the wound.
And then ... waiting for a response, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so everybody else in the group sees Brian lift up his eye patch. And Kote, since you've never seen it before, you've probably seen it when you were passing through notes and kind of looking at shit, but I'll show you what it actually looks like.
Motherfucker eye.
Bam.
Right, yeah.
So that's what you see going up, and you can kind of see, like, in the eye that this is attached to, Bri, think of it as, like, you kind of see, like, mist going from your eye socket straight out in a cone, and and that's where your vision lies. It's a very uniquely, very centralized vision, so you don't have peripherals in this mode, if that makes any sense. So, as you're looking upon... as you're looking upon his body up and down, you do notice several differences. You also see upon the relic, upon his chest pieces, you see where the metal caps are. You can actually see a picture of, and I know both of you seen it when I showed it to Kote, so it's the relic from earlier. This is on top of his chest.
Okay.
So you notice that, and through the looking glass, you can also see what resembles... Okay, I want you to look at this. It should be the lockbox script, and I'm going to push it to you. Okay, do you see the symbol on the bottom center, where it's a cup on a table, and then it's a dish, then it's water? It's like a canoe. That's the insignia you see.
Okay.
Okay, so the paladin kind of leans forward, and he's just like, that is all that I see. I apologize if I can't help more.
Well, you've
Oh,
been
that's
very
enough.
helpful.
You've
So, your break is now over. The 1 hour time limit has reached. So you now have 2 hours to get to the Zeppelin.
All right.
Any questions before we continue?
Don't think so. I'm probably going to leave it pretty soon, though. I don't want to get all the way to the Zeppelin without the group.
Well, I will throw this out there. It may happen without people. Like, that is a possibility.
Yeah, it's okay. I wonder if Honky's going to show up.
I was hoping he'd be here by now, and I'm thinking Caleb will probably want to play just to find an unwind for maybe 10-15 minutes before he goes to bed, or he might go straight to bed, who knows. So, I can't really comment on that too much.
No matter what happens, I have to go for 20-30 minutes at 12:30. And then if the campaign fell through, I booked a meeting so I could yell at somebody.
Okay, well, you can always come back at the end of the meeting if you want, if you have time.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. If I'm up for it, I'll come back. But
oh, trust me, like, yeah, like I said, I have every variable taken care of here. So, So it doesn't matter. Like like I said, like everybody gets equal story time. Everybody gets equal stuff, and you'll always be able to watch the vlog of what you missed while you were gone for that half hour or hour and a half later. So either way, you'll be informed on what happens.
You'll always have my notes too.
Yeah, and notes too. There you go. All right, so
They are ridiculously detailed.
exactly. All right, so I'm gonna leave it off to you guys what to do next.
Actually, smoke bowl.
There you go.
I mean, access some of my healing herbs.
Oh yeah, you're just gonna burn some chibi.
Yep. Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to tell everybody it's incense for the paladin.
So, if you want to add this to your character sheet, Brian, I will add you to allow you to go into your inventory and put a pipe smoking kit in there if you want. Like, yeah, just throw it in as your inventory because someday weight may matter. So just throw it in there anyway. Very good. Fucking good on thinking of fucking paintings, Kote, by the way. That was fucking fun.
That's the plan from the beginning. I just integrated it. Paintings, weapons.
Kote's painting a graphic novel.
Yeah.
Have we heard anything from Kilm?
Nope.
But this was the latest, right? Fine.
Around now, yeah. But I mean, he did just message again and basically say forget about it. So.
Yeah.
Oh, he said 2 hours yet. Oh, okay. So are we just not doing it?
That's from what it sounds
know.
like.
It seems to me like he wanted to say fuck it, and then Sean, you were like, well, we already agreed to wait, and then he was like, all right, so here's another estimate. But, like, I don't know.
Yeah,
Seems
2
beyond
hours.
his
That's just
control.
way too late for you too, Koji, like, to stay up.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been able to, like, you know, stay for, like, some of it. Like,
Here,
enough to
hold on
make
for
it
a second.
worthwhile, but
I'm gonna put us on just a quick little break here. BRB.
Yep.
if he was gonna
your faith in me. Expecto Patronum!
Okay, for everybody watching, this is a solo between myself and Jaladri the Turtle. So, Brian, one thing that you notice separately, just off to the side, is you kind of get this inclination in the back of your mind, and like you close your eyes and you kind of feel the magic of the eyepiece and your brain connect in like several different strands, and it shows you an image. It shows you an image of the desert. And imagine if you're traveling 300 miles an hour and you're following the sand and it goes above a city and you can see the city that was mentioned before, the Urnham city. And it shows you a picture and you're zooming towards the top of this pyramid. And as you're getting closer, you see the outline of a man. And it gets closer and closer and closer, and then finally immediately stops, and you see somebody that has the headpiece of a pharaoh and a gold and a beard that's pointing out with the gold on it, and that's kind of holding it like a medallion.
Hold
And
on
you can
just one
see.
sec. I want to make sure I'm recording this properly.
Oh, yeah, no problem. All good?
Yep.
Okay, and as you're zooming up to him, it meets his face, and it starts from his chest and slowly pans up to his face, and you kind of see like most of his skin is blurred out. It's almost like anime style, where it's kind of like you see the contours of the face, but you see the eye plain as day, and the other socket is empty. So for everybody watching, just to let you know, the reason why he's making notes. So if everybody else wants to see the note, I can always open it up later to see what he's writing.
Any more?
Okay, and as you pan up, you hear it speak almost to your mind directly in a loud, booming voice. Ask my mother's name. And then we will hop back over to the other group.
End there?
Yep, that's it. The vision fades, and that is all.
Right on.
Yeah.
There
one
we
tower,
go.
2 lanes, and you got to keep it. You see how it turns blue or red?
All right, we are back.
Yeah,
Oh.
into that. What's up?
All right, so now you guys are ready to go. So the rest is over, and now you have to make plans on what to do. You have 2 hours left before the Zeppelin leaves.
Okay, just really quickly, the paladin, the wound on the back of his neck. I'm gonna cast healing spells will close the wound properly, correct?
I don't know.
When you cast a healing spell on someone, it stitches their skin back together or something.
So basically, what it is any hit points they would get back would be it. So it's like, I guess, like if you're at, I don't know how to answer that. Maybe.
I guess you'd have to try and see.
Yeah, we'll see if it works. I don't even know.
I'm wondering if like trying to cure this man will close the hole, or if he has to heal naturally.
Let's do maybe a medicine check, and we'll see.
Damn, good night.
That was close.
Through your divine knowledge and your pondering of the situation, you notice it comes to your mind that you feel that the best way to be able to cure this wound is with divine means. So, for example, I can kind of explain a little more. So, natural medicine might not be able to cure this, but perhaps some kind of a spell from a certain school would.
Well, what know this paladin's name?
Yeah, this is Paladin. Oh my god, I forgot I'm so high. Paladin Keurig.
Keurig.
And I'll
Paladin
pump.
Keurig.
And I will pump up an image, just so we all remember. Bam. Only Sans armor. But that is his player token.
Sense. Okay. Well, Paladin Keurig, I'm going to try to apply some magic to you, but if this doesn't work, you may need to seek something more powerful.
Very good.
This wound will not heal on its own. And I'm going to... I'm not exactly sure how this spell works, so I'm just going to say, like, I place my hands over the
wound on the back of his head?
Yeah, nice. I cast Cure Wounds.
Very good. Roll me a perception check. All right. So as you filter down, you put both of your paws question mark together. Paws.
They're like hands with sharp nails.
Nails. Okay, so you try to be careful not to pokey on the holy, and you put your hands down and you start to cast your magic. And as you do, you can tell that his wounds begin to close, but in a very strange way. So what happens is the wound itself is mending, but you can see large droplets of his skin coming off and kind of like going to the palm of your hand. And then once the hole completely closes, you look in and it's completely healed, no remnants of anything whatsoever. But when you pull your hands away on the palm of your hands, you can kind of see like little blood splatters.
Can I do a medicine check to see if this is his blood?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can tell that it is from his body for sure. Definitely his.
Okay.
All right,
okay.
so
And I'll clean it off.
Clean it off. Very good. So you kind of see him now. He seems to be slightly more invigorated. He's actually standing up and asking for another glass of water. So, what ends up happening?
Water.
Perfect. Ortholan, so now you've kind of collected up your paintings now, and you're making sure to take very care as you put them into your back pocket. Never know, you could need to autograph it someday. what would you like to do? All right, he ain't here. Westra, what would you like to do?
Well, it's about time we get to the clock tower. Very kind of on the down low in our way, though. We got 2 hours, and it's probably not that far away, but we do kind of want to be sneaky since the City Watch are probably out for Steve and Axel since they killed a bunch of them earlier.
Very good. The paladin looks over towards you, seems very gracious for the work that the turtle has done, and looks over towards you and says, "Please take me with you. I need to find my wife."
Your wife?
He says, "Yes. Ortholand needs, or sorry, not Ortholand. Sorry, now I got the fucking bunny, the bunny, fucking in my head. You, he says, Ulani is my wife."
Oh, wow, the plot thickens.
So as you guys remember, ba-bum-ba-bum.
Yeah, Ulani's the leader of the Tarl. Or at least a very high-ranking member.
Actually, you remember her to be actually part of the Sali. She's the leader of the Sali.
Oh, I got them mixed up, didn't I?
Yeah.
Ezri's the Tarl. Okay. Ulani is the Sali. Right.
Reunite you with your family.
Yeah, so he's basically like, I need to find my wife. If shit's gonna go down and this place is going up in smoke, fuck, I gotta find my family.
This has been in the city the longest.
I would probably say Kote's character would have been in here the longest.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just
You
gonna
never approached
quickly...
Kote's character.
Mm-hmm.
You think, Borderland, you could go hire us a carriage large enough to hide all of us, maybe with some curtains, so we could get from here to the Zeppelin without being noticed too much, like Lester said.
I could hire a carriage.
Yeah.
I could hire a carriage. Gonna need
And
some.
then I'll give him like
gonna
15
need some
gold.
doubloons there.
Yeah, and then I'll take out my pouch and give him like 15 gold or something.
Nice.
Okay.
All right. Well, do we know where there is a carriage for hire in the area?
You can. Oh, that's to me. I thought you were talking to them still. So, I'll get you to roll a history check. You're not 100% sure where you are in relative direction to the nearest port, where they usually congregate, so you know they exist, not necessarily sure exactly where.
Oh, we're gonna have to go find a carriage.
Since I am loosely employed by the Tarl to gather information and stuff from them, would I possibly know where we could recruit a carriage?
Yes, you do. So I will get you to roll just a history check. Fuck.
Okay.
I got bugs in my apartment. They're hitting me in the face and it's really making me angry. Perfect. So, from the position you are, you and Brian actually passed one in the entrance that you came through. So, wherever the big open area grassland was, there's actually a post up on the opposite side of the courtyard.
Yeah. Well, if we just head back the way me and Jaladri came, about 5 minutes and then head up, we could probably recruit one just around the corner from the park.
Sweet. All right. At least one of us has our memory in check. Let's head there now then.
You guys should go. I'll stay here with, and I point to the Paladin and Steve and Galen's character. I'll stay here with these characters.
Okay, so here's how we're going to play it. The paladin is going to step up towards you. He's going to put his arm around Jaladri and kind of give him like the really out of breath like tap on the face. Thank you, my friend. And then he looks towards you and says, I must go with. I will not, nothing will stop me. I need to find out who and what this did and maybe perhaps try to get my men to listen. I don't know who to trust, but we can't stay in this place. And you look over and you can kind of see Axel and Steve just kind of give the nod. So he's basically giving you the green light that he's going with you.
Yeah. I think having a paladin with us would be a great ally, and I think our paths are going to intersect. Remember, me and Jaladri, we did overhear a meeting uh, between between your wife and Esri not too long ago, so she can't be too far.
He bows his head in agreement and he looks, listen, I have no right to ask this of any of you, but for my own sake, is there any chance you have a weapon that I could use?
Let's see.
Just gonna tell him to come here.
I have a spare dagger. I just kind of
No.
weakly offer it towards him. It's like, I've got one of these.
Come here. So I reach into my prestigious backpack and pull out a suit of leather armor and a club made out of an old branch and a rock.
You're fucking hilarious. Awesome.
I'm gonna go for a little bit. I'll try and come back.
Okay, don't worry, Kote. I'll make sure to inform you of everything when you get back.
All right, cool.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so, yeah.
I'm gonna look around real quick and see if I can like fucking makeshift him a shield.
All right, I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna give you a investigation check at disadvantage for time. Oh, here. So what I want you to do is down in the bottom right, there's a disadvantage button. I want you to click it. It's DIS, and then roll the
Okay.
D20, or and then roll what you have. There you go.
Yeah, like
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Got it.
All right, so which one were you? You were number 12. You do find a large branch that seems to be dislodged, and it looks to be that it kind of has like a makeshift handle on the end of it, so it could possibly be used as a shield.
I'll go over and rip it off and hand it to him.
There you go. So he's like fucking lit.
Best we can do on such short notice.
All you hear is
nice.
boo no no. And then he walks out. Oh, that was great. All right, so he seems dawned to the teeth, and he looks at you and with a smirking grin, and just kind of gives us all a nod.
All right, we're good to go then.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
All right. So you guys are exiting out. You guys know the way to go to get back to the courtyard, so we're not going to roleplay you looking for the exit or anything like that. You guys really know.
Oh yeah.
As you're progressing forward, you pass by. You come up to the waterway with the stairs leading up out into the courtyard and the door next to it. And about halfway up the step, I need everybody to roll a perception check, except for Westra. So I'm going to roll the other three.
Okay.
That's hilarious. So, what everybody else but Westra sees is that from in her pockets starts to be a very major glow.
In my pockets.
In your pockets.
Lestra?
Yes.
You did you take any piece of that exploding thing? Because you're starting to glow now.
this is out of character. I'm looking at my inventory, and I legitimately have no idea what would be glowing. Unless I forgot to write something down previously.
Unless I did this wrong. Now I have to ask the group, and that's gonna suck. Okay. Who has the seals?
Well,
Because I thought it
Brian-
was you.
Brian's got the first one that we found.
Okay.
Steve's been hiding one since like the very first session.
Yeah, and you had the other one, right?
And I don't believe I do, because I didn't write anything to that effect down.
I'm pretty sure you had the third one. I know all of you have all the pieces.
Yeah, I know that too, but I think I'm the only one that actually does know that.
Yeah, so you definitely have one. Okay, so that's what you... Everything that just happened still happens. Okay.
Okay, so I had it, and I just forgot to write it down because I'm a dumb.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is my bad.
Oh, yeah, Geladri. Yeah, I've got one of these too.
So as you look over and everybody starts to inspect one another, you also see Steve start to glow, and you see Geladri start to glow.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to say anything, but Steve obviously picked one up when we were at the bar from the woman who was. I just kind of look and just kind of like wince a bit at Kurek, like I'm afraid to say it.
Right on. So all you see is the Goliath take a step forward and go, "Accusations are founded." And he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out one of the pieces, and it's glowing as well.
Yup.
So it's up to you guys.
I should probably mention that I know what these are for too.
Oh, good. Maybe you might want to tell me, considering I have one stuck to my head.
You remember that door we passed by? I think they open it.
All the time I gotta slam my head into a door.
I'm assuming he doesn't have to do that. I'm assuming just having all three in proximity would somehow activate the door, or should I roll something for that?
Who knows?
Do I know how they open the door?
Would you like to roll an investigation check, see would play?
Okie dokie. Ta-da!
24. Okay, so what you end up finding out is you know how this locking mechanism works. It's in 3 stages. Now, each of the pieces have a specific pattern on them, but you're not 100% sure how they fit together. So you know that Steve's key's got to go first because it's the one with the key on it.
Yeah.
And you notice that you figure out that the one that you're holding is second, and the seal that he's holding is the third. That's all you get from it.
Okay. I'm not positive what to do with them, but remember all the symbols we've been seeing. Steve's would be used first, then mine, and then however we use your magic eye thing, Geladri would finish the unlocking ritual. I don't
Keeps
think
getting
it's a
more and more
coincidence that all these 3 items ended up in our possession.
I wonder why mine's the only one stuck in my face.
You see, so Wester, what you see is the turtle just face down and just get in a pouty mood.
Well, it was either you or me. You just tried it first.
So what do you guys think?
So
Or-
that was as we were basically coming above ground. They just started to like glow under like the sunrise or something like that.
No, they're actually emanating their own light.
Oh. If we're trying to be sneaky, having 2 or 3 of us just kind of glowy isn't really going to help. Do we still is Jaladri's eye like visibly glowing underneath his eye patch, or is
Yes,
that hiding it?
100%.
Oh,
It's
okay,
a
well,
light. It's a very almost white, bluish, radiant energy.
okay.
I have an
Um,
idea.
Okay.
I propose the Cloud City option. Put me in fake chains. I will put my head into my shell, and you can lead me.
I guess that's an option when we get to the clock tower. It won't be so bad in the carriage. What do you think, Kirk? Would that work?
He looks towards and he says, "That seems a little bit beyond me, but maybe."
Answer, dude, I don't fucking know.
He looks it over it and he says, "I don't know. This is puzzling to me."
Oh, I have an idea. Why don't we just go to the clock tower? They're expecting us for our mission, and if anyone asks why some of us are glowing, I'll just say I cast detect magic. I can lie. Or is detect magic only visible to the caster?
That I do not know. We'll say you can not see it. That's fine. So Brian, I need you to roll an insight check for me.
Yeah, wisdom skills.
You turn to yourself and you start pondering the situation, and things aren't really connecting line to line. So you try to think to yourself, it's like, what am I missing? What is this place? And you kind of have a look around and with the eye out, and you don't see anything too abstract. But as you turn your gaze towards the door, you feel that connection that I was talking about earlier intensify.
Maybe the door just leads straight to the clock tower and we're overthinking this and we should just try to open it.
Yeah, Steve, Western, come on over here for a minute. Let's try this. This looks weird. Like, and one eye can see different things, and this looks, well, different from the different.
So have you got a good look at those things, Brian? I can't remember. Have you guys all seen all the pieces?
Um, I'm not really sure what Steve's looks like because he basically hid it away right away. Or
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
or
now,
was
so
that-
now he's holding it straight out. So I'm going to give all you guys perception checks.
Okay.
I think that's probably fair. Okay. So. Okay. So Jaladri, what you notice is you see all 3 items plain and clear. So the first one is that Steve is holding. It has the ending of a key. It comes up in a cylindrical portion, and then all you see is it drop flat. and there seems to be a small indent square in nature in the middle, or on it. Whenever you take a look at Westra's, hers is more of a disc shape that has almost like a clockwork teeth on the outside. And you see on the bottom of it, it has the picture of a square peg. And on the top of it, it has like a symbol that I'll need you to roll a knowledge arcana for.
Absolutely. I call over Orderland.
He takes a step forward.
Orderland, let me see the picture that you painted with the locking mechanism.
Okay. He pushes it forward. He looks through his books. You can kind of see that he's very happy that somebody takes interest in his art. He whips it out. He hands it out and whips it over to you.
Thank you. So I'm going to look at Wester's really closely because I remember perceiving earlier in my vision or some shit that I noticed a hole in it, like 3 inches in diameter.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna look at Steve's thing. I'm gonna look at Wester's thing. I'm gonna say, okay. I believe that your 2 items fit together somehow to open this. They all seem roughly the same size. I just don't know how mine fits to it. Or if maybe mine was the thing that you need to see to make them into the thing. Can they see what I'm talking about, or is this just like one of those things that I'm seeing?
No, it's all 3 of you are examining all 3 pieces at once. Like, everybody's in on it. We're all shoulder to shoulder.
Racking our brains together, trying to figure out this thing.
Now, I'm going to try to play the other characters as I think they would be played.
Okay.
So we'll start off. Let's go to Ortholan. Ortholan says, well, thank you for taking the picture. Here. And there it goes. And then you hand off and you make all these deductions. And he goes, it's very curious that all 3 of these have been given to us by outside party members, don't you think? And then you see the fucking fairy float overhead to get a bird's eye view above everybody else because he can't fit in between everybody. And he goes, smells like dirty magic to me. And he's going to roll a knowledge arcana check. You know what that seems? Seems to me that I agree with the turtle. And then you see the Goliath step up, take a look around, and he's completely over it. He doesn't really want to talk about this anymore. He's just dreaming of shooting people in the face.
That sounds about right.
That is definitely Steve.
And he doesn't know much.
Right. So we've got like a half a key, a gear thing that I've got. And
It's definitely not natural.
yeah, Geladri's eye.
Yep.
I'm not really sure how the eye fits into it, but is there any obvious way that the gear I have and the key that Steve have can like connect together?
I'll get you to roll me and invest it. No, it does.
Obviously.
Yeah, definitely does.
All
Yeah,
right.
you can, like, on the outer skirt, if you look at, I have this in my memory, and it's actually kind of cool. So, I keep wanting to call him Scrog, but Steve's piece, you actually notice, like, the key itself seems to be very old metal, but it's very upkeeped. So it kind of looks almost like regal in nature with the etchings that are around the bottom of it. When it comes up into the clockwork piece, you notice that the color scheme changes, and you can actually see that it's not only just one cog, but it's multiple cogs that are spinning in opposite directions, and you see that the machine itself is off. On Geladri's eye, the only thing that you guys know is that he looked at the door and the magic in his eye intensified. That's all you know.
Oh.
Those are all the key pieces.
Okay. I have an idea. Geladri, here. I'm gonna hand Geladri the assembled like key and cog little
Yep.
machine that we put together.
A show.
Okay, you just keep looking at the door and try using this.
Okay.
Your eye was all glowy when you were looking at the door.
All right. So, oh, go ahead.
I'll take the key in hand and
Okay.
put my shield up in front of most of me and use my keep my one eye visible and start approaching the wall very slowly.
Very good. So what you notice is that on this portion of floor, it's actually elevated by about a 10-degree incline from where you were standing before, and you notice that below your feet, it's like little rocks are protruding from the top of the waterway that's behind the bars next to you. And it kind of makes it so that it's kind of difficult terrain almost, but you do see a lot of inlays of green grass and a bunch of flowers that it's really weird that flowers would be down here with not much sunlight. You find that very strange. So as you approach the door, on the interior of the door head facing, you can see that it is a sturdy gate. And the locking mechanism is on the right-hand side. All right.
Stop for a second and go back to the flowers.
Okay.
I'm going to do a knowledge nature, or can I do a perception check to see if they're growing in anything strange?
I will give you an investigation instead.
Okay.
Okay. So you don't notice anything on the underside of the root moss, but you can kind of notice that this is also engraved into the etchings of the wall as well. So it looks like this flower isn't coming out of the sewer; it's coming out of the bricks on the sewer sides.
A knowledge nature check to see if these are normal flowers or if they've been magically manipulated in some way.
Yeah, give her. All right, so you're able to tell that the bindings themselves that run from the flower's head to the wall actually seems to be about the same width as before. So, if you were to follow a flower, parts of it are going to be different sizes than others, but this one it almost seems like it has a mirrored root that goes off to another part of the wall.
Follow that route.
Okay, so you follow up the route and it leads to the wall just down below and to the right of the door.
Yeah, I'm gonna clear away whatever the debris and stuff on the floor and see if I can't locate the keyhole.
Right on. You have a look. So this part of the wall is about a foot away from the actual door. But what you do notice is that where the tendril meets the wall, it goes in, and you actually see a small little crevice in the wall that kind of looks like a brick was removed. And I want you to roll a perception check. Okay. Inside, you see a glowing herb. And it's very beautiful. It has 3 stems on it. It's one of the stems is bigger than the other, and then it comes up into a bulb, and there's 4 petals on it. On the interior of the flower itself, it has sparkling white light, and at the base of the inside of the cap, all the way at the bottom where the nectar would be, you actually see that it goes into a deep blue.
It's a flower.
I'd like to carefully remove the flower in a way that would keep it alive.
Okay, so well, I'm just gonna say you yank it out, but you actually take it out very carefully. And I wanted you to add it to your inventory. It is 1 Echo Lily. All right, so Westra, we're over to you. So whenever so are you trying to put the two key parts together?
I thought I already did and gave them to Jaladri. And
Oh,
then,
I didn't hear that part.
yeah, I gave them to him.
Oh.
Told him that his eye was glowing when he was looking at the door, and told him to like just.
Oh, I thought you
door
still had it in
open
your hand and you told him to go do that. My bad.
Oh,
All right, so whenever you go ahead to slam your, you carefully place the pieces in working order. And as soon as you do, you don't feel like the two pieces connect. Like, the parts definitely fit, but there's no resistance. Like, if you were to hold both pieces out at the end of your hand, one would fall off.
oh, okay. Does it look like I need to attach them to Jaladri's eye somehow to
You can roll
finish the thing?
If you roll an investigation check, you can probably see. All right. What you're able to determine from these two pieces together is that there's a similar band that connects around the center of both pieces. And if you line them up and twist, they'll connect.
Oh, okay. So I do that. I kind of
Yeah.
twist them into place.
So whenever you twist them in place, you can actually feel it lock between your hands with a small click. And then you can see the stem of the key get shorter by about 2 inches. And the remainder of the key formation itself actually grows in size and changes color. It forms a light hue of white and blue.
So it's like an ethereal key when you assemble it.
It seems like it has energy. It seems like an energy material. It's hard to explain, but it's like you've seen, like, if anybody has magic here, including yourself, you've seen this kind of thing before in a lot of ritual spells. Like, you've seen a lot of different colors and different shapes, so this doesn't really strike you as anything new because you've seen so much of it before being a warlock.
Okay. So my first instinct, not Wester's, mine is to just like take the like ethereal part of the key and just kind of poke it at Brian's eye.
You don't know?
But I don't know if that's the first thing my character would think of because that's seems kind of dumb, but she's really smart apparently.
Gotcha. All right, so this thing is fully assembled in your hand and it's glowing from one end.
Is there an obvious like? I think you said there was on the right side of the door. It looked like there was like the locking mechanism.
You can, not, no, he just found like a bonus item.
Oh, okay. That flower, yeah.
Yeah.
Does it look like there's an obvious place on the door that this magic key can be inserted into?
So as you approach the door and crawl up the slight incline to reach the door, you're examining the locking mechanism and you notice that there is a slight insertion for the tip of this key.
Okay.
That's the tip.
Just the tip.
Yeah.
That joke works in more ways than one.
Steve, can you take this key and open this door? You're bigger than me, in case there's something bad behind it.
Yeah, I like how this is going so far.
Yeah, the wizard's not opening any doors while everyone else is behind her.
Yeah, exactly. Send the fucking Goliath in first. Get out there, Hoggy. Let's use him as a meat shield.
Meat shield number 1. Approach.
Right on. All right, so Brian, are you accepting the key?
Yep.
All right, describe what you are doing.
All right. So after placing a lily carefully in like a pouch for later, transport, I take the key and I start to investigate the door to see if I can't, like with my eye, obviously, I start to investigate the door to see if I can't see where this, like, if there's any magical glowing bits, or if I notice any like indentations where the key might fit.
Okay, so I will describe it as such. Imagine, like, Captain Hook in the Robin Williams movie. You know what his hook looked like?
Yep.
Yeah, so take off the hook, and that's the shape of the indentation into this door if he was to press it into the door. So it's like a circle that's dented inwards on the inside, and you can actually see two little openings, one that's a circle and the other one that's a rectangle downwards, and it matches the tip of the key.
I'm going to insert the tip.
Okay, you put the tip in and it goes right in. And as soon as you get to a certain length, you actually hear it click, and then you're trying to push it further, but it won't go any further.
Okay, I'm going to pull it all the way out and put it back in.
You cannot remove it.
Oh.
It's like locked in place, and you hear a little mechanical click.
Okay, I'm going to twist it like it's a doorknob.
Okay, nothing happens.
Yep. Hold it like it's a lever.
Doesn't seem to move.
Try looking at it really hard with your eye, Jaladri.
Okay. I'm going to get down on my knees like I'm about to suck this thing off and put my eye up next to it.
Gotcha. Okay, so and you're just raising your eye directly to it?
Yeah, I'm going to like gingerly touch the tip of my eye against the tip of this contraption.
Awesome. So as you raise your eye, I am going to describe it as such. Your normal vision notices that nothing actually happens around the keyhole. Nothing seems to change, but there is a slight haze around the interior of your eye where the magic is shown. And as you gaze upon this door, your iris connects with where the lock and key meet, and you see the picture of the eye I showed you earlier. It's almost a mirror reflection of the one you're wearing. And you feel the energy intensify between your eye and I'm going to call it the other eye. And it just bounces back and forth, getting more and more painful. So I would like you to take
Egyptian eye laser duel.
Take 1 point of damage. And the door unlocks.
As that's happening, I'm just going to do the Peter Griffin, like, ah!
And Jack does the Homer Simpson sidewise walk on the floor. All right. And as the door opens, it remains silent as it opens, and it goes into a fixed position open.
Nice.
What do we see?
It's a staircase that goes up.
Yeah.
Goes out about
Probably-
20 feet.
Probably into the basement of the clock tower or something then. Maybe. I don't know. Well, it's open. Let's go.
Paladin Keurig steps off to your side and says, "By God, you guys are brilliant."
Time somebody else is getting his magic item stuck to their head. That hurt.
So Paladin Keurig gives you both congratulations, and he kind of walks up to the door and he just peers up a little bit, just see what's ahead. He sees the staircase. He looks back and he goes, "Come on," and he disappears into the hallway first.
Yeah, he's a paladin. He can fucking lead the way. Let's go.
Very good. Everybody popping up.
Yep.
Well, hell.
Yeah,
Hey,
Caleb.
hey!
Perfect timing, Caleb. You couldn't have had
Fucking
better
right.
timing. I had to slow the campaign down a little bit to wait for people to get here, and that was the best. That couldn't have been planned better.
Hey, our lengthy puzzle solving means that we have more humans to possibly fight stuff with now, if it comes to that.
Yeah, well, like I said, Caleb, I told everybody, I was like, you may show up, he may just go straight to bed, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I did just kind of want to. I've been working for the last 19 hours.
Yeah,
But I
Ben's,
did want to.
yeah, Ben's here
Fine, I'll
chilling,
stay on.
listening, so...
Yeah.
So yeah, I think right now we'll take a short, like, 5 or maybe 10 and just kind of chill.
Sounds good.
Sounds good to me.
I was
Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum!
You put your faith in me.
Expecto Patronum!
I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Very good.
Some sounds good, buddy.
Alrighty.
All right, so the door opens, guys, and the pathway leads forward. Pick up right where we left off.
Yep, Keurig leading the way, the rest of us behind.
Okay, so as you guys enter up, you actually walk up the staircase, and you arrive in this room. Take me a second to get it to you. Come on. You.
Lonnie's study. Yes, this would be where her and Esri were kind of semi-bickering earlier then. eh?
Yeah, I told you I'd get you an accurate representation, and there it is.
Yep. Okie dokie.
All right, and there seems to be nobody in the room. Paladin Keurig takes a step over to the left-hand side of the room and starts looking around.
I think that
to-
is kind of the course of order here. See if anything that might clue us into what Esri's up to is laying around here, if she left a book or anything.
Very good. So upon the when you're looking around, I'm actually just gonna take a moment and cough my brains out. Sorry. As you look around on top of the desk, you do see a ledger-bound book that has insignias along the left-hand side that seem to be of the Sali, or sorry, the Sali.
I walked into a strip club and I saw these tits.
Oh, here we go. Welcome
There we
back. Perfect timing. Number 2.
Sean.
Yes.
So when we enter this room, I want to investigate these bookshelves in here
Okay.
and see if I can't find anything relating to parasites or stuff like that.
Very good. Okay.
Before I start asking questions, am I nearby?
Yes, 100%.
Oh, yeah.
The whole group is here.
Okay. So, before we push much further, let me get my game all loaded up here, and I would like a recap for what we've...
Yes. Definitely. Definitely. It's actually this worked out so good.
Yeah, either Sean can give it to you or you can check the notes.
I don't know how to read.
America.
They didn't teach us how to read, they taught us how to make guns. Okay?
Alright.
It's honestly quicker
Cheeseburger,
and easier.
homophobia, donuts, and stars, y'all.
Got it. Okay, so you guys haven't done much then since 1776. Got it.
Exactly.
Right on. Well, welcome, Honky.
Would it help if I said I'm sorry?
No, but I'm sorry for what Josh did to you.
So Dad.
Listen, man, Josh is a cocksucker. Okay?
Fuck that guy.
I feel your
No, you don't even know.
I do know. That's why I said I'm sorry.
Yeah.
All right. So what am I reading? Artistic medical exam 4-1. Explosions, necessaries. Which one? Weird shit. What am I reading?
4-1 is the first part of this one.
Yeah.
Oh, you got like fucked up. All right, let's recap.
If you want the really quick version, while we all met together, we healed up the paladin and got some information from him. We found out the things we've been carrying around are the key
Oh,
for
damn
the
it! I
door.
totally wanted to fucking handle that guy before you fucking left. Fuck.
Still here.
Yeah, but I'm sure
Except
you
now
guys.
he's armed.
Oh, now he's our buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
I healed
cool.
him up, gave him some armor and weapon.
So, can we retro play something real quick, Sean? Because Steve had him in restraints, and Steve's, hey man, like I really helped you by like helping you not be a fuck no more. Can you teach me that spell that you just used on you that healed every fucking thing you did?
So I will give you before you date this to him. You're building up the courage to ask him this question. I need you to roll a religion check.
Man, dude, my dude's not intelligent. Quit making me roll shit that involves intelligence. Fuck you, nat 20, bitch. Give me my shit.
So you
Eat it.
So you are able to discern three things from the subject. The first thing that you notice is that it was divine magic. So the second one is it had to be a touch spell with verbal components, and you know the spell to be lay on hands.
Okay. Am I able to cast that spell? That's what I was trying to get
No,
him to.
unfortunately not. It's a paladin spell.
Okay. But, okay, what level paladin spell?
Level 1.
Like I'm asking it GM,
The
not
intensity.
this guy at this
Yeah,
point.
the intensity. So you can
Yeah.
kind of notice whenever he activated, it gave him mostly a body glow. Whenever he finished, though, you could notice that every time that he had his hand basically on his own wrist, and you could see most of the wounds heal from his forearm to his shoulder blade, but then most of the other wounds stayed kind of as is. And then eventually, Jaladri came up and healed and mended the rest of his wounds. So that's what happened.
Okay. Well, so like the only thing, so as a ranger, what I was trying to discern, like we're metagaming at this point because like we learned that I cannot get what I want. What I was trying to discern or like gain from him is, I know, like Steve knows as a ranger he cannot cast spells. Like that's not something he can do. But he was trying to like maybe discern something to where he like I can't teach you this, but maybe like give me a list of ingredients to gather to do a decent healing potion.
Okay, that's fair. I could probably get behind that. All right, give me
The
one
only reason I'm
second.
asking is because I rolled a nat 20, bro.
Okay.
I mean, Jaladri could help you with that one. I've been providing healing herbs all day.
All right, so what you're able to notice is that Paladin Keurig looks you up and down, and he realizes that, like, you know, you're like a stout individual that looks like he's seen some shit. So he kind of gives you an almost automatic respect because he figures you're probably a very strong warrior because of your race. And he goes, "My friend, when this is over, I will teach you these ways."
I've been reading a lot. I've been watching and reading a lot of fucking Goliath play. And if I've ever picked the perfect character for me, this is great because they only communicate in 2-syllable grunts.
All right, so I want you to add something in your inventory. I think would probably be the best place to have it.
Okay.
And it's going to be actually, you know what? I'll just put it on a mission tab instead. I'll do that. Okay. If
I already made a spot.
No, it's okay. If everybody would look to quests here in a minute,
Okay.
and I'm going to make it public after I'm done writing it.
Oh man. I just want to put this out there. Steve and Scrog are never allowed to meet. Ever. Ever. It's like literally fuel and fire at the same time. How much gold do you guys have?
I gave everybody 75, so you should have 75 in total, Scrog. Steve. Ignore that.
You gave
Ignore
us,
that.
like, as a 75 starter, not plus the 15 it gives us.
No, I started you with 75, and then whatever happens throughout the story is what you get.
Okay. All right. Ba-da-bow. No, sorry, you're writing something. I'm like, what are we doing?
Okay. So from the loincloths, he takes out this small ledger and hands it to you.
Mm-hmm.
And now I present to you guys the Divine Teacher.
The Divine Teacher. You know that's a mushroom?
No, I didn't.
Yep, that is a psilocybin mushroom.
Paladin Steve in the near future, then.
So what this does is if you read this tome during a long rest, you have the option of taking your next level in Paladin. So you don't have to, and you don't, and you can if you want. It's a complete option.
So that's crazy because, like, I was already planning on, like, multi-classing this guy. I just wasn't sure. Like, Paladin was already where I was going to go with him. You know what I mean? Like,
Fuck
prior
off,
to that.
really?
I swear to God. So I was going to go. This is the dream plan for Steve. Steve is an archer, barbarian, paladin, cleric.
Oh, fuck. Best of luck to you, sir. You probably have the stats to do pretty well in all of it, but yeah.
Right. That's the thing, is because, like, my stats are so, like, the only thing I'm fucked on is my intelligence.
Gotcha. So stay away from wizard and sorcerer then.
And charisma. Actually, charisma is my fucked one. Like, that's a negative one.
Okay,
like,
so that's
my
what.
intelligence
Just so
is
you know, a paladin's main stat is charisma.
Oh, well, then we're not going that.
Oh,
Fuck that.
don't take that into mind now, but just research what the first level of paladin would give you. Just look through it, and if you like it, take it. If you don't, don't. And the thing with this item, and I'm telling everybody this, is that tome does not get destroyed on use, so everybody can use this tome.
Interesting.
Nice.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. It's like a training manual he gave to Steve.
Exactly, and we're gonna call
Assuming
that book.
Steve wants to share.
Yeah. So what you can do is you can add in your items. You're gonna call it Paladin 1, and just name it and put it in your inventory, Steve.
Gotcha.
There,
So
I
it's
feel
funny,
better about
like,
that.
Geladri and Wes don't know this, but this is the second time that HK has came into contact with, like, the first outing with somebody and came across something that we shouldn't have. The first one I came across a fucking wine. It was like a decanter full of wine that gave you fucking long rests for the price of a short rest. So, like, you could sleep for like 1 hour, and you'd sleep for 8 hours in that 1 hour.
Oh,
Scrog
that's
is
broken.
Oh, bro, Scrog has literally right. So if you've ever watched like one of those movies where, like, a billionaire, like, goes for one thing and, like, throws all of his money at it, that's Scrog. Like, Scrog is running through these towns, running just like, we're going to the bars. Why are we going to the bars? Because Scrog's going to sit $2,500 on the fucking counter and be like, I'm looking for a special bottle of wine. And everyone just looks at the money and looks at him and be like, never fucking heard of it, dude. And I just, like, pick it up and I somber off into a fucking corner and get drunk and pissed off and everything because nothing's going my way. That's why now Scrog now has a cocaine addiction, is because he can't fucking handle life without the wine.
So I will give a description of this. So Scrog has been, like, it's the funniest fucking thing, really. Because, like, imagine, like, somebody a very important person going into the club and walking out from a limo, and that's Scrog. And as he looks back towards the crowd, he just makes it rain on the crowd, and then the camera pans still, and it's Scrog, money man. That's kind of how it is.
We literally wrecked into a city's docks, like, smashed their piers. I jumped off, threw diamonds at a guy and was like, "This should suffice." And he was like, "Yep."
Right on. All right, so let's bring her back to the campaign. So I guess all of us are in here now. You've talked to Paladin Keurig, and now it's just a stationary. There's only one exit out of this room, and it's a wooden door. Okay, so I think, Brian, you said you wanted to have a look through the bookshelves, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to get you to...
I also want to know if anybody knows how to cut the image box out of the notes.
What are we cutting?
The image box? There's like a little box when I go to... Yeah, never mind. I'll figure
Okay,
it out later.
what about it?
Every time I try to put a new note down, after I put an image in, it gives me another image box, and I want to remove that because I don't have any more images.
Oh, I've never done what you have done,
Honestly,
so
yeah,
I'm
like,
not
you're
sure.
doing all kinds of crazy shit no one's ever done, so you're on your own.
No worries, I'll look it up. I'll look it up later.
Very good. So upon the bookshelves, I'm going to get you to roll a investigation check. Okay, I need you to roll a nature check. I need you to roll a religion check.
Ooh.
And I need you to roll an arcana check.
Nice.
Okay. So, the various types of books you find, there's a small section on monstrous creatures. Up on the top right, you'll notice that these creatures are generally from either the Feywilds or on the outskirts of the deserts just outside the city. Gives detailed descriptions upon several factions that may exist. In regards to those monstrous creatures, they're kind of seen as almost deities. So, you also notice down in the bottom right-hand section of the cupboard, there are quite a number of books on the different religious sects that exist within the city. So you can see that it's kind of like almost like a census, but it's for religion instead of populace. Mm-hmm. And you can see that... you can see the religious factions upon the map, and upon the map is Talmeria, and you can actually see where the factions go. And you notice that the Tarl have over 75% of the city marked as their territory.
Gang, gang, bitch! I mean...
All right, so in the middle section, you also see one that's devoted to spells. So, spells, as you can see, they're chronologically ordered, and I want you to roll a D100.
Oh, shit. Oh, this is nat 20, isn't it?
So, here's what you do. You go to your D10, you right-click on it, and then you click on percentage.
Oh, okay.
And then roll that on the board.
Way to fucking go, Jaldry. A 38. Oh, this is so dope. I fucking love percentile rolls, especially after I know what you've already done, so this is dope.
Yeah,
I'm so excited for what you're getting.
I don't understand why Kalen doesn't use the tables for random shit. It's fun. It really is.
I get so excited when some percentile rolls come out.
Yeah.
I get so scared when D2s show up, though.
All right, so...
I'm not a big fan of, like, D3s myself.
I hate a D4. I hate rolling a D4. I don't like the triangle.
Okay, so you find yourself a blueprint for a potion of fire breath.
Yeah!
Fire-breathing turtle. That sounds pretty sweet.
Fuck yeah.
I feel like this was part of a Greek fucking story at some point. The fire-breathing turtle attacked Socrates and he died.
I'm just expecting him to pull that fucking god off of fucking Smite, where he just starts fucking, somebody pushes him, he goes into his shell, and he just starts spinning like Bowser.
Fucking not Kumbhakarna. What the fuck's his name?
I can't remember. But so that's pretty much all you're able to find. You're able to find a little bit of information in regards to Talmeria's backstory, and you find one specific book that details the ending of the previous civilization and the dawn of the new one.
Grab that book and shove it under my pack.
Awesome. Everybody roll perception checks.
Hey.
Steve doesn't give two fucks.
All right, so we got 10 and 9. So Westra, you're like
19.
surveying the scene.
His is a 19.
Yeah.
I thought you said 10 and a 9.
No, I saw 10 and a 19. So I'm going to start with the lowest one first. So Honky, you're able to hear footsteps coming from down the hallway. Westra, you're able to not only discern that it's Westra, but you also hear another set of footsteps coming with.
Okay. You said I was able to discern who the first set of footsteps was.
Yes. So I need you
You
to.
said it was. You said it was me though.
Yeah, I did. So you recognize
So
the
I'm-
footsteps.
I'm walking.
He
down
hears
the hall
himself
before
walking?
the room?
No, sorry. So you're able to discern that there's two sets of footsteps coming from outside the door, and you're able to identify one of them. So I need you to roll a knowledge history check.
Hey.
Okay. Cool. We were both confused, bro. Oh,
No,
fuck.
it's all good. You don't seem to be. Sorry, I take that back. You don't.
You don't see fuck
Yeah,
all.
nope.
You can tell it's a woman because you
Yeah.
can hear the heels clicking.
One
You
can make
remember to blink.
assumptions over who it would be, but yeah.
You kind of get the
I
gist.
mean, it is Ulani's study, so that would be my guess, but I really don't know for sure with that role.
All right. So you all have a reaction. What are you doing?
Am I supposed to be here?
Definitely not.
Well, I'm just gonna like motion with my hand in like a downwards manner, like hey, keep it down, and just kind of note like hey, someone's coming.
Are we even supposed to be in the building that we're in?
You are.
Okay, so we're allowed to be here.
Yes.
We're just not supposed to be in this room. Was this room locked prior to us entering it?
Yes, it was, and that was
crazy locked. It was crazy locked.
Oh, that breaks Steve's fucking idea down. Steve was just gonna walk outside and be like, ugh.
Yes. So something you do recall, though, Steve, is that this is the clock tower. You know, this office is part of the clock tower that leads to the Zeppelin.
Yeah.
Copy. How big is this room?
I want to say 20 by 20.
Is there any... I want to look around the room and see if I see anything worth hiding. Like somewhere to hide my gargantuan self.
Not at this time.
No.
You guys have pretty much searched the entire room.
Okay. Do the doors open in or out?
Doors open out.
I'm just gonna stand up against the wall.
Okay. Westro, what are you doing?
As odd as this may sound, I think Steve has the right idea of it, and I'm also going to lay flat against the wall, like on the same wall as the door that we hear the footsteps coming towards.
Yes.
On the off chance that they won't see us immediately when they come in the room.
Very good. All right, Jaladri.
I'm gonna sit down at the chair at the desk.
I love you. You're so ignorant. Awesome.
That works too, but they won't necessarily know how many of us are in the room.
That is.
That's
That's
of us.
That's
I
hilarious.
just want to see how this plays out because I see it playing out in my head. Sean, go.
Okay, so the door opens.
Hang on. I wanted to add to that because we were chattering. I do put my weapon away.
Okay, so unarmed. Is anybody else armed or unarmed? Let's make that decision now.
I am unarmed.
If everyone else is unarmed, I will follow suit.
Very good. Paladin Kurek is just kind of like, he seems very interested in something on the table. So as the turtle sits down at the table, so does Paladin Kurek, and he's very focused on the tome in front of you. And through the door enters. Ba-ba-ba.
By the way, is there a map, or am I just?
Yes. Oh, sorry, Honky. Yes, there definitely is.
I'm literally just theater to the mining.
Oh, my bad,
I'm
my bad.
Loving the show that I'm putting on.
It's this one here. I gotta shrink it, push it. There you go.
Shit.
Yeah, I promised these boys I would have a picture of it, and I found one that looked a lot like it.
Okay, this is where I am.
Yeah, in this room.
Okay, so yeah, so like I've been doing theater of the mind, so yeah, I didn't see any of this. Okay.
Oh.
All right, so as the door opens, Ulani steps through. She's followed swiftly behind her by another gentleman. And it is this one. Categorized. Oh, fuck, I didn't... Oh, shit, I don't have it. Damn, hold on a second.
No worries.
Okay,
no worries.
he's appeared. You know what his picture looks like. I just don't have it here. If you guys open up the backstory aid, he's the one in the middle.
Where's that at?
Okay, he's the one with the seers then.
He's a tiefling in large white
Tiefling,
robes.
How quick did you find that?
Gotcha.
I don't even know where the hell I'm looking.
Oh, here, I'll push it towards you just so you can see it there, Honky. Just give me a second.
Yeah, like how the fuck do these new guys know how to operate this system better than I do?
I know, honestly, they're telling me shit I never knew. Images.
Who are you people?
Uncategorized. And
Are
here's
these you as the FBI agents?
Here's the backstory aid for you. So they're the guys in the middle.
Copy. Oh yeah, the Dragonborn guy.
Yeah.
Copy.
He himself is a tiefling with white robes and medium armor.
That tail's not dragon?
Nope.
What is a tiefling? Tieflings are the half demon people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so Ulania opens the door and is followed swiftly by Marrakesh. And as they enter the room, Ulani looks towards the table and says, "Hamlin, is that you?" And you can see the paladin's eyes lock with hers as they rush around the tables to hug each other. But Ulani looks around as she's hugging him and realizes that there's many more people in this room that appear. Who are these people? And he looks, says, they're friends. And Paladin Keurig takes a step towards the turtle. May I borrow your contract for a moment?
Of course. I give him the contract.
So you hand it over to him and he shows it to her and he's like, these are the members that were supposed to be sent outside the wall today. And she
While
goes,
this is happening, I want to shut the door.
very good. Yep, door is shut. So as you guys, as they're looking around, they finally see you, Westra, and she kind of looks over, she looks you up and down, and you can kind of, she has a curious look upon her face. And then as she sees then as she sees Steve, she's like, there are no Goliaths that serve on the Sali. So she seems very surprised that you're here at all. And she goes back to her and says, "What happened to you? Where have you been? Explain." And she's like, and the Paladin Curate looks to her and is like, "Listen, I don't know who's done this to me, but there is some kind of foulness afoot. There seem to be mind control devices that these people use to take control of people's synapses and drop them into a lower state of being. It's almost as if it takes control of their minds with magic." And she goes, "Fascinating. That's very interesting." And she looks over towards the table and she sees the fucking turtle reading and kind of sitting down. She says, "And who might you be?"
My name is Gelatry, and I am one of your contractees, I guess.
Ah, the mercenary foots, the thieves and the spies. I understand. And she kind of takes a step back and she's like, "Why are you with them? And he points back down to the contract and he says, these people were selected for a mission of greater importance. Even I kind of come to realize that they don't know anything about what's happening other than what I've told them. And we need to find out more. I need you safe. I need you to leave with the city with me right now. And Ulani goes, whoa, slow down. Explain to me what's going on. She looks towards Westra and she's like, what is happening here?
I'm just as clueless as you right now.
I'll get you to roll a deception check.
Ma'am, I just want to tell you that I take offense to being called a thief. I haven't stole a goddamn thing.
She kind of looks towards you and kind of gives you a nod, and she's like, very well. She looks towards Steve, and she's like, and you?
I haven't stolen a fucking thing. I ain't talking to you. You called me a thief.
No deception, no deception check required.
Nah, bro. GFC, bro. Get fucked, cunt.
She looks towards the ferry, and so you can kind of see the ferry floating along, taking a look at the books that are on top of the shelf, and kind of spitting almost into an imaginary platoon. He floats down.
The most Texan ferry you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah. And you kind of see him float down towards Ortholan, and they both begin to talk, and they kind of whisper back and forth. Ortholan steps forward and says, my lady, I am from the monastery at the end of the city. These people, these acolytes of sorts, they seem to have tails protruding from their necks. Something is happening to the citizens of these lands that their minds are being taken over. We believe that it is our duty to exit the city promptly for fear of annihilation. Something is happening in your city. The sects are dividing off. We don't know what to do. Ulani kind of gives him a nod. I feel like Kota'd be honest, right? You guys think it? Probably?
Yeah, that's
definitely
the character he
I'm
plays.
totally going to...
He's pretty quiet, though, so I don't think he'd be as verbose as that.
Okay, I'll kind of tone that down a bit. Alright, so he basically... No, hold on. No. We're gonna... So what ends up happening is they start to nod towards each other, or Milan kind of takes a step back, goes back to the cabinet, kind of sheepish in his name, and he starts to look through the paintings that he goes, kind of like oohing and ahhing. So Ulani takes a step over towards the desk, and she's kind of looking you dead in the face, Jaladri, and she kind of closes the tome in front of you, and she's kind of like, listen, like, she kind of gives you the layer of, like, you shouldn't be reading this. Like, not necessarily in a frantic way, but kind of in a frustration way, because she's kind of absorbing this all quite a bit. If that makes any sense?
I'm gonna take off my bandana and stand up to my full height.
Oh, shit.
How big are you?
6'6", 350 pounds.
Oh, nice. You're also a monster.
She looks directly in your face and puts her hand on the table and leans in, and she says, I don't believe it. Why is that? On your face. Why do you have my son's eye?
Your son's eye.
Yes.
Ma'am, I took this out of a machine. Well, I think it was a machine. It was partly living. And, like, I'll try to roughly describe the, like, automaton thing that I ripped it out of.
Very good. So the monocle itself came from the drone, but the power source came from the lockbox. Just remember that.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so she looks even further in and she says, This can't be possible. This can't be true. My son lost that several years ago. In a war. I don't understand how it could be passed into your possession. What did it come in? How did you come upon this? And then she thinks back, and just realizes that you mentioned the monodromes. And she's like, this can't be. She walks over to her study. She flings open the door as quick as she can, and she brings down a handful of novels. There are 6 tomes in total, and she sets them down on the table. She hands you the first one, Jaladri.
I'm gonna crack
Gelatinous.
this.
So as you take a look over through the magic of the eye that's attached to your head, you actually see the symbol that's been plaguing you since the start of this campaign, and it is the eye. Like the actual,
God.
hieroglyphic one, not the reflection of what you have on your face, but the actual eye. And she says,
As soon as I realize that, like, my face just, like, snaps at her, and I'm like, what's going on here?
she says, this is a mocking of my son. And when you look at the piece of paper, all the hieroglyphics change so that you can actually read them. And you see this emblem as being the sign of Horus.
Why am I... What does the sign of Horus mean to this?
So you can tell that the emblem that's on the page and the emblem that's on your eye are very similar. But you can also see that, you can't see it, but upon inspection previously, there was also some, damage to the eye as well. She looks towards you and says, when my son lost this, he was in a great battle. And somehow it has chosen you. She looks over towards Paladin Kurek and says, listen. Take the door, go down to the end of the hall. Secure the exit. We must go. And she looks back towards you and says, here, I have this for you as well. And she hands you a second tome bound in cloth.
Okay, I'll take it, look at it briefly, and then, immediately shove it into my pack, because I'm getting the feeling that I'm going to need to go soon.
Very good. She stands up and she kind of, ushers you in from around the side of the desk and waves everybody together.
All right.
Yeah, I'll
so
stand.
we're kind of meeting around the desk in the middle of the room now, I guess.
Yeah. So quietly she says, listen, there is a plan afoot. The Creator found a way to be able to regenerate living bodies. But it doesn't always work. In fact, all of the bodies that seem to be resurrected turn into evil monstrosities. The magic is not complete. This is not prior knowledge to the rest of the city. This is a Sali secret. The Tarl have taken over most of the sect and claim lordship over the laboratories beneath the city. They've been dealing in dark magic for several weeks now. We haven't been able to enter because the Zealots block our paths. From what my husband has told me, that the mind control magic that seems to be protruding from these necks is very similar to the magic that is used in the laboratories. I have no access towards that because that itself is for the Tarl only. And you see the other gentleman step forward. And he puts his hand on her back. And you can kind of see him with a very disgruntled face saying, we must leave, we must leave. And she goes, a moment. For pity's sake, they deserve to know why.
Can I speak up and tell them that I'm a Tarl?
Yeah, if you want to.
I totally want to vouch that information. If we have a secret room that only I can get to, I'm going to vouch that I can get into that room probably.
So which room are we talking about, sorry?
So you said there's a room that is exclusively for the Tarl.
Oh, you mean the laboratory? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I got you. I'm with you now. So basically, you yourself have never technically heard of the laboratory beneath, but you have heard references to identification being required in some parts of the castle, but they are documents that you do not have.
Okay.
All good?
Okay.
All good. All right, I closed the screen by mistake. So she ushers you all closer and says, please, if one thing must be done, word must be spread to the surrounding cities. This city will not stand much longer if what I believe to be true comes to light. I believe that the Tarl are trying to stage a coup. But this isn't right. This should have come months ago when the parades were happening and while the city was full of people. Why it would wait to now is beyond me. And Paladin Kurek comes back to the door and says, hurry. They're coming. and he disappears down the hallway along with the 2 senior staff.
I guess we should follow suit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, as you guys are traveling through the cave, I get to show you a couple more images of what you're looking at as you pass by.
Cool.
Okay, so let me get everything together here, because this is the first time we're going to be able to show it.
Before we leave Keurig, are we leaving Keurig or are we following Keurig?
Keurig's coming with, the whole group's moving together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can any of you read what I put in the chat?
I can't
It's,
read whatever language it
it
is.
says this is only understood by Steve. It literally says it directly below it for me. It says says understood by comma Steve. That's
No one
funny.
else understands it.
So they lead you out into the hallway that is connected to this area, and it's very regal looking. So I'll allow you guys a moment to take that in.
Very fancy.
Yes, I'm going to go up and like touch the tops of the lights because I can, because I'm tall.
Nice. So you're very engulfed with the way this place looks. It looks like it's spent very. You appreciate the artistry. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
All right. So
The ladder's gonna wipe her feet on the stone before she steps onto the wood.
yeah, it says it's not. It says it's not pushing to you, Honky. You can see the clock tower hall, though. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
cool.
That's how I knew to sniff the 2 candelabras at the top of the fucking.
Gotcha. It shows me that
bottom
only
stairs.
the other 2 can see it, so I just wanted to check and make sure.
Yeah, no,
So
red
as you
carpet
guys
going
progress
upstairs.
out, it's very beautiful, and you can hear the clicks and clacks of just random people in random offices going up and down the hallways. You can see that if you look behind you at the area that the picture doesn't show, it's a long hallway with 4 doors on each side to an exit that seems to go out into the courtyard. They immediately dart up the center hallway, and without incident muchly, they're able to get to the top of the stairs, and then they're at a large doorway. So all of you guys are up at the top.
Yep. Heading up to the Zeppelins, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Does the doorway seem to be like stopping us from getting somewhere?
Well, you guys are at the back of the pack. There's like 4 people ahead of you.
Okay.
So you got the Paladin, you got Ulani, and you got Mariketh all hauling ass at once as one group, and you guys are the second group.
I'm going to cover the ass end. Like, I'm going to be
Yep,
the back guy
100%.
and just watch behind us.
Very good. So they kick the door open, but they don't go through immediately. And you hear a conversation between the 2 lovers. My love, I will die for you. I will live for you. I live for God. And she gives him a kiss on the cheek, and she says, I know you do. And they both disappear out the door at the same time, followed by the next 2. You guys are on deck.
Away we go.
All right.
Do I hear anything happening on the other side?
Yes, you do. You hear the sounds of burning coals, and it's like the puff sound, kind of like a hot air balloon being filled.
Okay, but I don't hear any type of like fighting or anything like that.
Not whatsoever.
Okay. I'm going to ready action to attack with my great club if anything aggresses our group.
So let's say this. Instead of doing that, let's make it so that you're on high alert to basically to keep an eye out for anything, and if anything aggressively comes near you, you're going to punch it in the face.
Yeah.
Does that sound good?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Understood. All right, so as you guys exit, all 4 of you need to make a perception check. Or 3 of you, sorry.
Failure.
Not as hard as my failure. This motherfucker rolls a 5 and rolls better than all of us.
Yep. His perception is disgusting. He's Captain C guy, because he gets an additional +2 because of the eyepiece he's wearing.
Yeah.
So 2 of those...
Plus, I'm like,
Go ahead.
like I'm a Wiz character, I chose perception as my skill. And then I get the +2 on top.
Perception is also one of my skills, but like mine's only +5, you crazy bastard.
Yep. So as you guys exit out, you can see that it's a large football dome shaped building with a retractable roof. The roof itself begins to open as you see the first group running across the alleyways, getting towards a bridge that leads off into a separate platform. And you see the clouds begin to part. Very, very slowly, but within 5 or 6 seconds, you actually see this appear through the clouds.
Oh,
Whoa.
as I see that
Well,
come through the
that is
clouds, my running
both.
slows to an almost stop.
Yeah, as you guys look up, you can see this giant monstrosity coming through the cloud systems and then eventually parts ways. By the
That
size...
motherfucker's holding a dinosaur.
What? Yeah. Yeah, just ignore
That's
ignore
Oh
the...
no, that
igno-
that
okay,
shows the
fine.
immensity of it, bro. Like this thing's just hauling around a brachiosaurus. It's just like,
Yep,
what?
so that gives you a size differential.
Holy shit.
Wow.
So above it, you actually notice 2 smaller Zeppelins that seem to have the Sally logo on the side of them.
Looks like we're getting the hell out of Dodge.
Okay, so you guys all end up catching up to the other group. That is, you can see all 4 of them, or is it 3 of them? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 3 of them.
Kurek, Malkaroth, and Ulani.
Yes, so there's 3 of them. You can see them kind of arguing back and forth with each other very quickly, but you can't really hear them over the course of the engines that are dropping the blimp down to equal level with the rest of the area. So whenever this thing does reach its bottom location, the deck of it is built like a ship that would sail out to water, but the above part is more of fins that seem to be coming off, but you don't see anywhere on this a place that actually has the compartments that hold air in a regular Zeppelin. This is not a regular vehicle.
No, definitely not.
Boys, I think we're in a tugboat truck.
So, as it clicks into place, you can kind of see Ulani giving everybody the wave ahead, like, go, go, go.
What you hear out of Galadriel is the Owen Wilson, wow.
Drowns.
Then I begin running again.
Oh, Sean, if there's not a fucking drow on this ship, I'll be so upset. Oh,
All right, so what is everybody doing?
Well, how big's this turtle, man?
I don't know.
Are you anamorphic?
I don't think he is
What
yet.
does that mean?
So,
What does that
like,
mean?
are you able to go bipedal, or are you always on all fours?
No,
Oh,
I buy people most of the time.
Okay. You said you're on 2 most of the time?
Yeah, I can go on 4, but
So, okay, yeah, okay. That answers my question then. Okay, so he can run. Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to keep pace with my turtle friend.
very good. So, Westra, I need you to roll a perception check.
Okay.
As
Damn,
you're
weird.
as you're looking up where the engine spots would be, you actually recognize it to be a form of... Let me make sure I got it right here. Hey, you see it to be a kind of warlock magic. I'm going to get you to
Okay.
roll a knowledge arcana check.
Sure thing.
Okay, so you can't recognize the spell, but you know it is from the warlock evocation.
Okay.
All right, so what's everybody doing?
Well, Ulani's motioning for us to hurry the hell up and get on board, so that's what I'm gonna do.
Very good. Brian, you're hauling ass to get inside of this Zeppelin, but Ulani stops you right as you pass by. She puts her hand on your shoulder and she says, "Find my son. He is of importance."
Brian is Galadriel,
his
right?
name. Yep.
His name is Horus.
Dun dun dun.
I promise you I will.
Very good.
and then I jump on a.
Okay, I'm gonna get you to do a history check for me.
Okay.
You were able to discern, you recall that the vision that you had earlier said, "Ask me my mother's name."
Before I get on, I look at Ulani dead in the eyes and I go, "What is your mother's name?"
She says, "What?
What is your mother's name?
My mother? Don't I? Oh," and she looks very like strange. She's like, I can't answer that. Why do you ask?"
The vision. The vision told me to.
Because I said so.
Very
the
good.
man on the Great Pyramid told me to ask.
Oh, I understand. Ask upon mother's name, if I so exclaim. So she seems to understand what you're saying, and she says, "It is not my mother you seek, it is me. I am Isis." And she bows to your head.
Oh my. I bow. And then I say, "I will bring your son home." And I get on the Zeppelin.
Thank you.
I start jumping up. I start jumping up and down like a little kid. Yay!
So
I know
it-
who these people are.
So he take as everybody enters the Zeppelin, you can start to notice that it's got an open cage in a barrier that's slowly going up, and you can hear a bunch of horns and a bunch of like steam whistles go off as this thing's prepared to leave. The door closes and the latches unlock. I'm so fucking pumped. Oh, like I'm gonna leave you with an image, and then I'm going to take a piss before we continue. We're gonna take a fiver.
So pumped. Steve's putting his fucking war face back on.
Right on.
Because that's more intimidating than the other one, Steve thinks. Bro, this thing's fucking massive, and I love it. I love it.
I'm gonna leave you with that, and I'm gonna take a small break. Everybody go smoke, and then we're gonna come back
I'm
and
going to go smoke crack so that I
So-
can stay awake and play this.
yeah, this is gonna be great.
Man.
All right, BRB.
Yeah.
I'm setting us off
Yeah.
to break mode where music is playing. So talk amongst your.
Ba-dum.
Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! Expecto!
for the drop-down menu and look at quests.
Okay.
I am on a... Now that the door is closed and you guys are on the Zeppelins, I'm activating 3 quests. And they're all side quests. And I want you all to read through them.
Okay.
Oh, we already did that.
No, you didn't. Well, depend. Which one are you talking?
Side quest number 3, a true name.
Yes,
Find out
that one you
Lonnie's
have.
True name.
Yes, you
we
have.
a pretty bird. Yeah.
So you guys, on the next session, will have a sidekick called Pretty Bird, and he will be imprinted onto one character, and will follow that person's level. So I will explain that more in detail when the time comes.
Sounds good.
Number 2 is also done.
Number 2 is also done.
So that's 50 XP from that one. Upon the highest peak. Ah. Okay.
Very good. Everybody got it?
Alright, so hang on, we have 50 XP for that one. What is our XP at right now?
We're going to worry about it at the end of this session. It's all going to be added up, and all the quests are going to be deleted, the ones that we've completed. Because
you should keep it in the list for legacy's sake. Just put like a C in front of the name or something.
How about instead I have a special place for it on the Discord.
Okay.
Does that sound like a better idea? And I'll catalog it there. I'll make it so only I can touch it, and I'll just add everything at the end of the session. Okay, cool. All right, so we ready to go?
Absolutely.
Okay, so as the door closes, you can see a conversation between Ulani and Paladin Zurek, and they kind of come together and hold hands. They put their foreheads against each other. They kiss, longing, as the Zeppelin begins to leave. It's about 2-3 inches away from the dock at this point when it used to be flush, so it's a very slow-moving vehicle. And then, from the other end of the area, you can hear the sounds of footsteps.
Womp womp.
So on the very opposite side, at the far left, Esri appears. She takes one look across and sees that the Zeppelin's about to leave, and she says, "Sister! I think it's time that you and I had a little talk." And she's like eating grapes still somehow, even though she's been out of that room that had the grapes for like an hour or so. So she's just like chewing on grapes, being right disrespectful. "Ulani, please tell me, what do you think you're trying to accomplish here? I told you once already. The rest of us are leaving. Why don't you perk up, grow some sense, and join us?" Ulani takes a step forward and says, "From what it hear," you'd see her look down towards her armament. She has a sword on one side and a spell book on the other. And she says, "From what I hear, it is you that could be out of order." And you see Paladin Zurek start to, take a step or two around, trying to see, ascertain the area. And he goes, "Listen, stop what you're doing. This plan of yours, it makes sense to none of us. Please. The city has been at peace for a millennia. I don't understand what you are doing." And you can see her kind of read back. She kind of leans back on top of the little bench she's sitting on. Like, she's not taking this seriously at all, guys. She's, like, bending back. She's putting her feet up. She's like, "Well, if you need me to spell it out for you, we've already succeeded." She sits up from her chair and takes a step up, and she starts to walk around a few barrels. You see her wave her hand, and from 10 feet above the ground, portals open up. And through it, fall dead bodies. Oh, sorry, not supposed to see that. Sorry.
Quite the dead body. That guy lays on the floor. What am I supposed to do with that?
You know what? Fuck it. It's gonna happen anyway. So, all the bodies show up, and she walks up to each of the bodies, takes out 2 coins from her hands, and strikes them together. Sparks fly down from the sky and activate on each of the dead bodies. And the dead bodies turn into extra large monstrosities.
Holy crap.
So those bodies now disappear.
Is the Nagpa part of our team?
Nope, it's for next session.
Oh, we're not going into this right now. Okay.
Yeah. So you see the dead bodies disappear, and they form these 3 monsters. This is where initiative will start. I need 2 people to play Ulani or Paladin's Keurig, and I need 1 player to act as Ulani.
I'll play as Paladin Cleric.
Very
Paladin
good.
Keurig.
And between you 2, who would you like to play?
Paladin, make a coffee.
I'll play the one I was just talking to.
Ulani?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're gonna play Isis.
So, this is the moment of truth, guys, to see if this is going to work. I'm going to grab her out of the combat tracker and drop her directly on your portrait, and you should get a character sheet.
Okay.
Now, where did they do that?
You know what? I already actually have control of this guy.
Did you get a character sheet?
I did not.
Ulani.
Oh.
Jaladri, did you get a character sheet? Hello?
Try doing it to me because my screen's completely empty.
Okay, there's a special reason why I can't give you that token yet. So just give it a minute. So I can't hear Brian. Brian, did you get that character sheet?
Yeah.
You did. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, also, so who's playing Ulani? I guess it's not Ulani, but
I'm playing the Paladin.
You're playing the Paladin? Okay, so Jack, you're not going to get 1 character sheet. You're going to get 3.
Oh god, okay.
Oh.
So, you have the option of running all 3 monstrosities, or put them on autopilot and just scream fuck yous from the background as Ezri. So it's up to you. I can give you the character sheets, but if you just want to kind of describe what they do, you can do that. I just don't want to. I don't want to overstimulate you. It's not. You know what I mean?
Okay.
If you would rather take the Paladin, I'll take the 3 monsters. If it makes it easier.
No. You already picked fucker. You're a Paladin.
I'm not going to take it from you. I'm just saying if it's too much for him.
I can probably
So
manage there.
So and also what I want to tell you is this is going to be a role playing the villain. So you get to decide what she says, the action she does, and this character is now yours.
Okay, that sounds fun. Yeah, sign me up.
I immediately surrender.
Very good. All right. So I will dictate turn order, and we will. And what we're going to do is it's going to be Ulani, then it's going to be Paladin Zurek, then it's going to be Ezri. And that's going to be the turn order.
Okay.
All right, Brian, I know you need a few minutes. Take a look at that golden creature. What do you think?
Do I get
Here we go.
Paladin?
So, Brian is looking at his first level 20 character in the game.
Bong.
Do I am I getting a character sheet for Esri, or am I just controlling the minions there?
You're controlling the minions.
Okay.
So you got a fucking Hydra, a giant frog moth, and a Nagpa.
Okay.
And
When do you
any
wanna set
and
up this next session?
so how this is going to work, you're going to tell me what creature you want to use, Esri, and I'm going to tell you what it can do.
Okay.
Because I have all 3 of the character sheets for all of these monsters directly in front of me.
All right.
All right, so Brian, you're first in initiative.
Man, I still need a minute, dude.
Oh, just
This is my over.
yeah. So the way I'm going to work this is kind of going to be a slow moving thing. So what we can do is while I'm actually going to transfer these character sheets over to Jack just so he can read through them, and we'll take a 10-minute break. What do you think about that?
Okay, thank you.
Now,
Yeah, that's great.
yeah, very good. So, how do I do this again? Okay, so I need.
While we're in the 10-minute break, maybe you should
There you
pull
go.
me into a just us talk, so I don't fuck up how I play the villain.
Yeah, if you want to, I'd be down for that.
Okay. Okay, yeah, I see the monster listings there.
Awesome. Did you get 3 or just 2?
I've got the Froghemoth and the Wanty Anathema.
Okay, so you need the
I'm
Nag.
missing the Nagpa.
You need the Nagpa. How's that?
Perfect.
So yeah, you can read through those, and so what we'll do is I will stay on stream when I'm talking to Jack, and then I'll put us on a break. That should give you time to read through that, Brian.
Thanks, dude.
So what do you think? What do you think so far? I think this is probably what I was hoping for. The best case scenario is to make custom characters for one-shots in the campaign. So it's kind of like, this is something I've never seen done before, is where you give the NPC controls to the players and let them decide what happens. So that's what I was kind of going for.
Yeah,
so,
this'll decide how this story can go in either way, which is interesting. Yeah,
exactly. And not only that, at the end of it, I'll get you guys to look at your separate character sheets so you can look at what the other person had to deal with at the end of combat.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
All right. I'm gonna roll a smoke and take Jack to the great beyond. Where are we going here? Okay, BRB, Phoenix Hospice. We go.
Okay. So
all right,
my
Jackie
first
boy.
question is: am I outright trying to kill the 2 of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Second objective, as a secondary objective, destroy the blimp.
Okay. Okay, damn, yeah. She's straight up going for the throat here, alright.
Yep, that is your... Yeah. So, you're going to notice that you have 3 separate monsters. Now, you can read through them and find out kind of like what their strengths and weaknesses are. But
I'm flipping through them, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm basically going to... This is how I'm going to work it. You're going to say a sentence that has nothing, like you're going to be like provoking them, and how you say your provokage is going to determine which creature acts and what they do.
Okay.
So for example, if you go, "It's funny, I hope you don't have any fear of snakes, do you, Ulani?" And then the fucking Hydra will go right after Ulani.
Okay.
That kind of deal.
Yeah. Well, with my objective to kill them and my secondary objective of destroying the blimp, I'm probably gonna, eventually send the Nagpa after the blimp and see if that can kill the party we're role playing.
Your job as a knight, the game ender. It is. This is the end. If the blimp goes down, the campaign's over. So I want you to make it happen as hard as you can.
All right. Damn. Well, I'm hoping there's some sort of ass pull that we can keep playing if I do end up slaying all the heroes here.
Yeah, this is going to be very important. So Brian got a character and Honky got a character, and they're going to be looking through their character sheet the same.
Yeah. So the paladin is obviously much more powerful than he let on. I'm thinking.
He himself is around level 10. He's not the strongest, but he's definitely a lot stronger than anybody in the party. Like a lot, by a lot.
Yeah.
And actually, one of Kote's rolls determined what level he was.
Okay.
Yeah, when he first jumped over the wall and hit him with the stick, I got him to roll a check, and I was like, okay, this will determine it, and he rolled a 10 out of a D20.
Okay.
So that determined his level.
Cool. Yeah. All
right, so let's get back there, and maybe we can get moving.
Yeah, I think I'm good to go.
All right, Jack, can I actually put you in Phoenix Hospice real quick and talk to them for a second?
Yes, of course.
Okay, I'll move you. All right, are both of you there? No. Okay. All right, I brought you back because they're not there.
Oh.
Oh, Honky's here. I hear Honky giggling.
What? Was you talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
Brian, are you here? Brian is not here.
Okay, I'm here. What are we doing? Phoenix?
All right. So I gave a little pep talk before this, a little prep to Jack. So now I'm going to send Jack into Phoenix Hospice and talk to you two. So Jack, I'm going to pop you over. Okay. So Honky, your objective is to kill all the monsters and Esri. That's your job.
Right.
So, I didn't send you a character sheet because I'm going to provide you one as soon as we start playing again and battle starts.
Okay.
Okay? So
you're not going to let me read through mine? Okay.
No, trust me. I made it. I tailored it for you, and you'll understand why when you see it.
Okay. Oh, my back. All right. So are we doing this tonight, or are we doing this?
We're doing it right as everyone's ready to go.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going to bring Jack back.
What's my special mission?
Hold on, Jack. 1 second.
What's my special mission?
Same as his.
Oh, kill the bitch.
Kill all the monsters and Esri.
Okay.
Brian, I don't get a character sheet.
It's a surprise. Shut up.
Bro, I just
something tells me I know exactly.
Bring Jack back because I have a fucking terrible. Are we streaming?
We are.
Never mind.
All right, so I'm gonna go bring Jack back, and we're gonna get started.
Okay. Brian, remind me when we're done to tell you the joke.
All right, and we're back.
Yeah,
so
trust me. Like, you just tell me to tell you the joke, I'll remember.
So what we're gonna do is I have all three of the big creatures on my screen, and so does Jack. So if he has questions for me, I can answer them, and you guys will have your own character sheet, and you can ask questions. So as it starts, Ulani, you are up first.
Now, before we start, this girl does not have a weapon on her.
Nope, she has a sword and a tome. So it's just a regular short sword.
Okay. Is that the... No, okay, that's something else. Okay. Ulani looks Esri dead in the eyes and says, "This is going to stop here." And she casts Meteor Storm.
All right, so it's an area of effect, and it's 5x5.
Do we have a map up?
So I don't know how to add.
You don't have the map?
Oh, okay. I can hear. 1 second. I'll push it to you.
All the creatures are gone.
Yeah, I have to make them visible again. I have them set to invisible when they show up.
Invisible.
All right. Do you see it now?
I see 2 of them.
Okay. Perfect.
I see 3 of them.
All right. So, and what's the first thing you're doing? Sorry.
Meteor Swarm.
Meteor Swarm. Okay, so it's in a 5-degree angle. Can you read the ability out?
Action, range, 1 mile, instantaneous. A blazing orb. Blazing orbs of fire plummet to the ground at 4 different points you can see within range. Each creature in a 40-foot radius sphere centered on each point you choose must make a dex saving throw. The sphere spreads around corners. A creature takes 20d6 fire damage and 20d6 bludgeoning damage on a failed saving throw, or half as much on a successful saving throw. A creature in the air of more than 1 fiery burst is only affected by once.
Okay, so what's going to happen is we're going to put the square over as many as you can hit, and I'm pretty sure a 5-foot square could get 3 of them.
Yeah. 'cause
Nope,
he gets,
nope. You could, yeah, 3 of
he
them.
gets 4 of them though, right?
So you could encompass,
Yeah.
you could encompass Ezri, the Hydra, and the Frog Moth with that full square.
That's just one of his shots though, right? Because he gets 4.
Yeah, I get 4, and they have a 40-foot radius each.
Yep.
So
So
I can easily
what?
blast each
So
one.
what is the casting time of that spell?
Instant.
Instant. Okay.
Yeah.
Ugh.
All right. So I want you to go ahead. And what's the DC? Sorry. So the way you can do this is whenever you have down at the bottom of your character sheet, you should see status and groups. I'm going to open Ulani's character sheet right now and help you out with this. So under actions, if you go down and it says standard and actions on it, do you see next to Meteor Swarm has the picture of a dice and a picture of a blood drop? So mode yeah, you see that? So what you'll do is that first D20 is you're going to drop it on them one at a time. So tell me which one you're dropping it on.
So the first one's going to go on Negpa.
Negpa?
Bird one.
Oh, okay. So you're going to miss one of the other ones. Okay, so you're going to shoot for the bottom one first. Okay, gotcha. So that's a
well, I have 4 separate shots.
Yeah, I'm just making sure I understand the placement of the shots. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Oh, yeah, but... yeah.
Okay, so... that shot...
One?
So that... no, we're going to deal with them one at a time. So, deal your damage on that one.
You just drop the dice.
Okay,
Drop the damage to the top of the bird.
Yeah, so now instead of the dice...
Christ.
Yeah, so now instead of the... Yeah.
Holy crap.
Okay, I have too much shit on my screen. I have to get back to this now. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da. Okay, so the Naga activates his what is it called? His legendary reaction.
Yes.
And he's going to half damage.
So we'll take it to 146, 73.
No, it's going to take half of 147.
Right,
73.
which would be...
Oh, it brings it down to 73 HP. Is that what you're saying? Okay, cool.
It would take 73 hit points.
Yeah. So there you go. All right, so you just see the first shot just land so crisp and it nails it directly dead center. You can actually see the trails leading from above the clouds as these arching fucking bombs start to drop. As the first one hits, you hear it coil backwards and just scream very loud in almost an echoey yell that just pierces the sky. All right, go ahead with your second one.
Okay. Next one's going towards Froghemoth.
That is a success. Go ahead and roll your damage.
You broke it.
Oh, you have to roll it on the token.
No, it... Oh, did you not roll it on the token?
Yeah.
Oh,
well, I did, but it took a moment to calculate everything.
Oh, there you go.
It was like,
All right, so it itself also uses a legendary reaction to half damage.
72.
So you can kind of see your second shot zings, and it just goes right at it, and it's just like a giant bomb that drops that kind of damages the ground beneath it as it reaves back. All right, and the next one's on, and the next one within range, you can target any of the areas, so that's good. So you can still hit everybody. Go on with your next one.
Well, the next one will be on the anathema.
The
Anathema.
the
The top
Auntie at the top, yes. Give her.
Yeah.
Yep.
Success.
Give it a minute.
Calculating.
That's funny how the game is having a hard time.
Sativa.
Very good. So it as well, same thing.
72.
It's funny how that worked out.
Right. It's weird that you hit within 2 points each time.
All right, so you had 4
last
or
meteor.
5 shots? It's 4.
4.
Yeah, 4.
Gotcha.
I got one more.
And then last meteor directly at Ezri.
I had a feeling. Go ahead and roll it normally because she doesn't have a character sheet, so just roll it in normally in the chat.
Okay.
So how many making her
There you go.
DC since you don't have it made up?
Yeah, I ain't telling you, but I got it.
Oh.
Okay, so what was it in total? 8? Okay, so with a legendary reaction, Ezri. So, Jack, I want you to describe if you got hit with a large meteorite and absorbed it. How would you catch a meteor?
With my
Well, if it's Esri we're talking about and how friggin', overconfident she is that she's already won this fight, like, she wouldn't even move. You'd just kind of see, like, the meteor going to hit her, and then it would strike, like, this invisible force field and just basically, like, atomize into nothing just above her.
Very good. When it connects with your hand, a large bow of light comes from you, heads down your arm, and enters both of your arms and goes to the coins that you are holding. I give you a bonus action of strike coin on a dead body. So, you don't see any dead bodies here, but it comes to your mind that if you could kill one of them, you could make another monster.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
All right. All right, so is that the end? So now you have a move, but no bonus. There, Bri.
What's the token just above me?
That is
That's pure.
Paladin.
That's me.
Paladin.
Paladin, make a cup of coffee.
How do I move this shit?
Move what?
I can't move her. I'm gonna move her.
Yeah, you got to tell
Do
me
you see
where
where,
she
like-
goes because it's like an NPC. So I'll move her where you want her to go.
Okay, she moves like a knight up 3 blocks and left 1 block.
Up
So
3
she should
and
be,
left
like-
1.
Yeah, so she should be like down 1 there.
Down 1.
Down 1. Okay. So what's
perfect.
directly in front of you is actually like a 2-foot tall vent that goes into the ground with a spinning propeller blade. So it's possible to
Some
gain
regular
cover.
Garbage disposal.
Yeah, and I'll just like sort of like kneel.
Very good. All right, so we're going on to the next one. Honky, I need you to roll a perception check and give yourself a +5.
Off of what?
Shut up and do it. Don't argue with me.
Off of what? I don't have a character.
I just roll a d20 and add 5.
Oh, okay.
Fucker.
Like, I don't understand where you want me to pull perception from. 9.
All right, so off to the right-hand side. Dun dun dun.
Bop, 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 and then fuck.
I know exactly what this is.
Fucking
What the fuck?
idolize me, bitches.
Oh.
So I'm going to images, and I got a picture of it for you.
Uh-huh.
It is the Mark 45 armor.
Oh yeah, baby, I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
So, it will take you your move action to get into it and activate it.
My move action only?
Move action only.
Okay, cool. That's where I'm at.
Okay, so your character gets deleted.
Ben, you is the leadest.
And here's your character sheet. And you'll see the reason why I gave it to you. It's very few abilities, but they're very well explained.
I'm just waiting for it.
Oh, you didn't get it? Should have popped up on your screen.
Negative. I didn't get a screen. I didn't get cool stuff. Nobody loves me. Things are happening, but like nothing.
Okay, so
like,
you are seeing things then. So look at the thing.
Like, listen. Here, ready? Ready? Here, I'm gonna share my screen for you, and you can watch these crazy things that are happening on my screen. Like it like does things, and then it doesn't do anything. Somebody watch so you guys can see this happen, because Sean won't be able to see it while he's watching or while he's doing it.
What crazy things?
I'll just watch it and I'll deal with it. Give me a second. Okay. So close the combat tracker.
How's it good?
There you go.
Okay.
So now I'm going to try it again. I'm going to go to the combat tracker. I'm going to give Echo Paladin to Steve. Okay, so nothing happened.
See, it didn't even do the crazy stuff this time. There it went. It did it again. Did you guys see Steve jump across the fucking map?
I saw the mech armor do that. Yeah.
Yeah, this guy like went over to here and then like went back all by himself. I didn't do a fucking thing.
So you didn't get a character sheet popped up like the other ones.
I didn't get a thing, buddy.
Oh, I'm an idiot. You got to close out Steve and then go to your character list and pick the mech armor. I am so sorry. So you right click on your portrait at the very top left.
And release.
And release. Now go back into your characters.
Okay.
And tell me. Now just stay there for a second.
Yeah, buddy. Aha! I see him jumping across the screen again.
Fuck.
I think it's you dragging him.
I don't know if there's a way for me to be able to give you this. I figured you'd be able to activate the character sheet. Fuck! Alright, reload Steve. So just double click on Steve to take control of him again. Okay. Fuck, I thought I had this planned perfectly. It almost went perfectly!
So, you already have this guy marked as friendly, right?
Clear owner. Bam.
There you go.
I am brilliant. I'm so good at this. Aha.
Let me just snatch that up real quick.
Alright, there you go, buddy. So, if you go to the last page, you have very few abilities. But they're all listed there.
Nah, fuck you mean I got very few abilities. You realize Skrog has 3 things?
But yeah, so I want you to take a minute and read that. And there you go. So there, now I know he has it. And if you have any questions, you may ask.
Holy fuck sticks.
So sorry that bottom one is there 4 times. If it is, I couldn't figure out how to make that stop. So you get the gist of it.
Yeah.
So if you go standard and then action,
Even
even
things.
yeah, I'm showing you this. So like if you go to standard and actions, you can actually see the buttons actually work for everything you have that you can. Okay? All right. It is your turn. What would you like to do? Superman.
Oh boy. So I can't move.
Yeah. So your guy can't move, but your mech can move because it's got its own place in initiative.
Oh, bitch. Here we go. So we're just gonna stand out here so we can block Olani from being fucked with at all. And he hit it with meteors.
I feel like I'm playing
I
fucking
guess.
Samus.
Feel like what, bruh?
Playing Samus right now.
So
Charge
is there...
beam! Boom, boom, boom,
Okay,
boom.
so yeah, fuck this guy.
So what did you roll on him?
I rolled a 22.
I'm just trying to think of what the fuck I just saw. Okay,
Looks
save.
like it was trying to shoot a Gatling gun.
Oh yeah, I totally just shot my cryo multi-tool Gatling
Okay,
gun.
no, you don't have. Yeah, see, that's the thing. That's why it gave me an error message. I was wondering what the fuck happened. So you can't use the cryo bullets till you activate your super cooling system.
Does that take a turn or anything?
So read super coolant system. You have to be shooting the regular Gatling gun unless you decide to use that. My bad.
Okay, so
So it's a regular weapon attack for your regular Gatling gun, and it should be listed there at the top of the page.
well, fuck you. That's a natural D20.
Nice. So it's a critical hit. So I need you to roll your damage. Should be there too. 25 damage. So you just see this mech come alive with Paladin Keurig in it, and it's starting to like fucking walk towards the enemies. The entire group that's still in the Zeppelin has full view of everything that's going on, and it's only 15-20 feet away from the dock now instead of a few inches. So again, very slow moving. It comes down and it shoots the Yuanti directly in 2 of its faces and connects with the main part of the body. Alright, Honky, you have 10 feet of movement left.
Uh-huh.
And as a bonus action, you can do one of the following. You can use your grapple arm to make a grapple attack at somebody. You have your crunch boots that you can use to step on somebody, or you have your self-destruct.
So I want to activate that freezy gun.
Okay, so basically what the overpowering cooling system is used for is in these mechs when they're used to load up the pallet jacks and bring everything on, these things have a tendency to overheat. So whenever you activate this, for about a minute, you'll be able to get a buff, but after it runs out, the cooling system actually kind of wrecks a little bit of it. It's more of like an emergency countermeasure. So whenever the cooling system is over and done with, the mech will become obsolete after the power cooling system.
Copy.
Gotcha. So activate power cooling system it is. So whenever you go ahead and activate this with your bonus action, you can kind of... you as Paladin Keurig inside, you kind of see the interior of the machine start to crust over with ice as everything starts to get through, and through the monocle looking glass at the very top where your eyes are, you get a skewed visage of what it is, and you can almost see a frost-like crosshair appear on your front mandible.
Dave Frosty.
Alright, now it's up for Ezri.
Ezri's not too impressed. She's
No,
just
not
gonna.
considering you got hit with fucking 145 and then this mech thing comes out, acts like it's got a big dick swing and it hits you for 25.
Ooh, scary.
Right, I wouldn't be scared either.
Ezri's just gonna point at the mech and just kind of cackle and say, "Crush that tin can!"
And then all you see is the frog moth make a jump. This thing jumps up into the air, and you see the frog moth disappear into the clouds. As it goes through the clouds separate in a circular formation, almost as if it was like just exploded. And you see it disappear beyond the claw region. As it comes down, it lands directly next to you. I need each of you to make reflex saves. So it's going to be your dex under saves, and just roll it in the chat.
That's a 20. That is also a 20.
Okay, so as it disappears up into the sky, it lands beside you, and a giant explosion of poisonous water appears.
Doesn't do anything.
Just give me 1 second.
It's like the frog just peed on our deck. He peed on our poop deck!
Yeah. Lands down, and it's going to do... Bam. A multi-attack. So the first one is going to come down, and it's going to bite you, so I need to figure out how to make an attack with this motherfucker. Alright, so it's going to be multi-attack, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Yada, 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 yada.
Well, the frog he moth's the easy one.
Okay, so I tried to drag it off the character and drop it, and it didn't work, so I just have to know that it is a... It is a con saving throw. Okay, plus 10 to hit. Okay, here it is. Okay, so what is it to hit? Start. Oh, it's... Okay, cool. I understand. Okay, so it takes the first swing. It doesn't have any weapons, so I have to do this manually, and I'm going to add 3 to this.
If it doesn't have weapons, don't you use its strength because it's using bare hands?
Yeah, so this is kind of a little bit of a specialty. So it takes a first swing, and does 10 beat your AC, Honky? Probably not.
No.
Okay, it comes in for the second swing. Does a 45 critical hit you? Of course it does.
If I tell you no... No, it doesn't. It doesn't because I'm inspired and I'm a mech man. Blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
But yeah, you hit me.
Take 30 damage.
I don't want
to.
And then it goes, and it reaches his head back, and he does... So now you have the option, Jack, of using a special reaction. Upon hit, you get to swing your tongue out and hit everybody that's within 15 feet with the basic attack.
Yeah.
Okay, and the second option is to spit a 3x3 acid strike.
It's just gonna, haul ass and just plunk a big glob of acid all over that power armor.
Okay. So, Honky, I need you to make a reflex check, DC 28.
A reflex, was it Dex?
Yeah.
Fuck
Not
you.
quite.
Okay.
I want to be like Trump. I call for a recount.
Oh,
I go check on my wife real quick.
Okay, take 17 more.
47. Okay.
Okay. Now, Make another demand, Jack.
Oh yeah. See here.
Technically, I think he would be here, not on the saw blades.
Yeah.
Oh, no, you put them on the saw blades, dude. That's environmental damage. I wonder.
So now that you've been reading the actual character sheets a little more, now I'm going to let you slowly take over what these monsters do. So you have a little
Okay.
bit. You have a little bit more ability now. That it depends on which one you throw.
Yeah. All right. The Yuanti is gonna try to polymorph Ulani into something particularly harmless.
You got to be very specific. What is it going to be?
Let's go with a nice, tasty little frog snack for the monsters.
There you go. All right. So, what is it called? Polymorph or
Yeah,
shape change?
polymorph. It's polymorph.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so concentration up to 1 hour, range 60 feet. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. You would have to move up in 1 square to be able to target her.
Oh, I thought I counted it out there. Oh no, you're right. Yeah. So I guess it would basically lumber its way up the bridge to get closer. I mean, it wants to get in melee for the next round anyway.
Okay, so you have how much movement?
It movement is 40.
40. Okay, so you've moved 5. Where would you like to move?
It's pretty damn big, but if it could get uh right up in front of the mech there, I don't know if there's technically enough space for it to
Yep,
stand.
there is. So the way I'm going to run it is because it's a snake, it doesn't care about hindering terrain.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So what are we going to do? So polymorph. All right.
Yeah.
So polymorph does. Just got to read it up here. There it is. The spell transforms a creature with a wisdom saving throw to avoid the effect. Shape changer automatically succeeds on the saving throw. Yada yada yada.
I'm not expecting this to work, but it would be pretty hilarious if
But
it did.
what would the wisdom saving throw be? Is the question.
I would
Okay,
assume.
so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna assume that it can make it. So I'm gonna get you to roll a wisdom. Is it a wisdom? Yeah, wisdom saving throw, Ulani.
No. I'm going to use one of my legendary reactions to reflect its attack back at it.
So,
Ooh.
as Ulani takes a step back, she waves her hand forward, and you hear her quietly say, "No." So that uses up that action. So now it has to make its own save against itself.
Okay. So it has to make a wisdom save.
Where is its stats? There it is.
It rolled a 23 for its wisdom save. I'm sure it's okay.
So as you say no, and it reflects the spell back, the heads that are all gangling in the middle part ways, and it passes through its body like a gunshot flying by. All right, and your final action.
Esri is going to point at the blimp and basically say, "Don't let them escape."
All right.
And the Nagpa is going to take off and head towards the blimp. And since it's not too far away as it does so, where was it?
So we'll say it's
again.
probably like right here. That's where the blimp
Yeah.
is. So it can basically. Rah!
Yeah, it's basically just gonna like screech and open its mouth, and it's gonna shoot off a big typical wizard fireball at the blimp.
Okay. So it's a stationary object. So don't roll a 1. Roll a d20.
Okay.
Perfect. So you're able to connect with it. Throw what your damage would be into the calculation tracker. Very good. So as Ulani and Kirik, what you see beside you is you see the third monster dart around you and start laying the heavy on the blimp. The party members that are on the inside just get hit with this fireball that's up around the mid portion of the blimp itself, right around where the engines are, and you can kind of see the fireball hit the side and start to meld metal in an outwards concave where the explosion hits. Everybody is going to just imagine if all the characters did reflex checks to be knocked down prone. Think of it that way, and we'll just say they all get knocked prone. And
Just,
they
oh god, it's a big fireball. Hit the deck.
hit the deck. All right. Now,
What's your favorite drink? Fireball.
So we'll say he is up here. All right, Ulani, you're next.
Well, Lonnie is not fucking happy with these people, and they are about to see the rage of a god.
Goddess?
Yeah, sure, whatever. Either.
No. Isis would fucking kill you for not calling her a woman. Smited into the all smities.
Cool. So her first order of action is to cast Anti-Magic Field, where the Frog Hemoth and the 1T Anathema overlap, because they're summoned creatures.
Yep.
Later, bro. Y'all gone. See ya.
So I will. So this, like, okay. So whatever happens here on in, don't think I'm picking on anybody, but this is how this fight was supposed to go. It's because you don't have a character sheet, Jack. You do have a legendary action, like a counter spell.
Okay.
So you can choose to activate it upon this if you wish.
I don't know what the hell this spell that she's casting does.
Mm-hmm. It gets it. Yeetus deletus, the two creatures right there beside me.
Oh, they're just dead?
Yeah, it's an anti-magic field, which means the summons would disappear.
Oh, yeah. Ezri's not having any of that shit.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, that's bullshit.
You have one legendary reaction left, just to be forewarned.
Okay.
Okay, so Ulani, you have let's see here, a move and a bonus action.
Okay. So that didn't work.
Oh, and by the way, I forgot to tell you, Brian, you have infinite uses of all your spells. There's no spell slots.
Okay, I was wondering about that.
Figures.
Well, then So the counterspell was effective then?
Oh, we still have to roll it. What was the? Can you read me off the DC for that, Brian? Since you had that up in your face there a second ago.
Oh yeah, it's the DC.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's wait, let me say.
So read me out
I
what
need
the
to
spell
know.
says.
It says a 10-foot radius invisible sphere of magic surrounds you. This area is
No,
divorced from the magic
no, I
energy.
mean your legendary action to reflect. Did I give you like a brief description of what it does?
Yeah, you gave me 2 different legendary actions.
Yeah, so the one
So
that
there's
the one that nullifies magic is the one that you used the
yeah,
last time.
The what?
Your legendary action to say no. Did I write anything special next to your? Is it a reaction or an action? Legendary action or legendary reaction? On the front of your.
Okay, there's one that says legendary reaction. There's another one that's a legendary action.
So there's nothing written beside either one of those. On the
beside
front.
legendary reaction.
Yeah, on the front of your
It
character
says
sheet.
reflect attack back at center or sorry, caster / attacker.
Okay, so there's no DC, so there won't be any. So yeah, he reflects the attack back at you. So what I want you to do is, I'm gonna roll to see how this happens, because I'm at a bit of a crossroads. So whenever it reflects back at you, it just shoots off to the side, and then knocks it, instead of it passing between its ribs and all that stuff, it flies off. You can see the energy mass fly off the edge and over the cliff. So the magic field doesn't land back at you, but it flies off the edge.
How far down is this cliff?
This is at the top of the clock tower, so it's at least 120 feet down.
Copy.
Okay then. One quick sec to make sure I know what I'm doing.
Now I'm starting to wish I made you an Ezri character sheet. I really feel bad about that.
It's all right.
I'm gonna use one of my legendary actions.
Okay.
Cast a spell with pastime.
Very good.
And let me
It's about to be ridiculously stupid.
yeah, it is.
Hey, Sean, is there a reason why my cantrip's the same as my spell?
Because I was trying to figure out what it would be better as when it comes to actually attacking this thing, and I chose a cantrip just because it happens automatically, so it's already in the right category, and the fact that the buttons would work.
Okay.
So it's basically you attack with your weapon, or you cast a spell after you've activated your cryo.
Copy.
Oh, cool. With my Majigger thing, I'm gonna do it again.
Do it again? Okay.
Yeah.
Anti-magic bitch time!
You're going to do the anti-magic field?
Yeah.
Very good. All right, Jack, what is your response?
Pretty sure Ezri's not interested in having her summons disappear. I've got one more. I mean, it feels like a losing battle, but I kind of feel like that would be the most like in character thing to do is just go, no, 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 stop it. I want them to kill your husband.
All right, so are you using the action?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, Cool.
I'm not having two of my big creatures just disappear out of nowhere like that. That's not cool.
Perfect. All right, so when he activates it,
The joys of being a fat kid.
so as the spell gets reflected, you can see the ball of light, Lonnie, go directly past you. Like it almost hits you and explodes on the ground beside you. But then it travels backwards and it hits the Nagpa.
No.
Goodbye, Magpie.
Okay.
Ulani flashes Ezri like a fierce smile of, yeah, that's right, bitch.
Neener.
Well, just like out of character there, if that Nagpa got another turn, all the player characters would have been dead. So that's probably for the best.
That's what you think.
I gave Jack his missions, and it was to kill the players and kill the NPCs.
Yeah,
That's his job.
I had to use a fireball because it wasn't close enough to do what it was going to do. But with it close to the ship, it was just gonna like basically light the floor of the blimp part on fire and just fucking melt everyone in the party in one shot. Not a damn thing she could have done about it. Yeah.
Wrong. Because as
really...
a reaction, I can activate my fucking cryo cannon that fucking shoots freezing bolts down your fucking throat.
Okay, sure, whatever. Anyway, the point is the Nagpa's dead. Let's move on.
So, yeah, the Nagpa was a pretty ballsy addition to it because I threw it in last minute when I was reading through its abilities, and I was like, this could either be a fucking long-range cannon or it could be a seek and destroy. Like, I fucking love that character. I read through it earlier today. All right, so, Ulani, as you come to a rest, you can see that you've successfully smirked at the smirkable. And now it falls upon Ecomech Paladin Kurek. You're next.
Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay, so we are a ice machine now.
Yep.
I produce ice cubes. Ugh. We have attacked the shit out of this guy, so that's where we're going.
Okay, you successfully hit.
And then I drop the red dice, or the red blood on him?
Yep.
Oh, God. Okay. 29.
Fucking smoke him for 29 damage. So all you see is this big ice monstrosity mech take a step down. And as soon as it puts its foot down, you can see its gun slowly turning into ice. As he extends his gun in an arc pattern left to right, you can see... And it just connects with this Yanti just hitting it. And it's just like... Fucking takes it.
That Yanti is like fucking pissed off now, I would say.
I did not mean to do that.
No, you would have had to activate that first to be able to cast the spell, so it's good.
Right,
you did
yeah.
it.
No, like, I already did it once. I just clicked the wrong thing.
Okay.
So,
just as a heads up, you have 3 rounds before you become you have 2 rounds before you become inoperable.
Copy. Great. That's going to work out fucking great, actually. I can't see the fucking Yanti south. That sucks.
I told you I was taking it away for this one. Can't rely on that anymore.
I'm measuring things. What?
Okay, so since you did your action, you now have a move and a bonus. So any of your abilities can be used as a bonus, except for the one you just used.
Right. So I moved there.
Okay, as soon as you step away,
Right, fuck.
Who do you want to attack first there, Jack?
The frog's pretty damn big. I think it's just gonna try to like just fucking straight up eat Ezri, because why not?
Oh, well,
It's
you're
bigger
doing
than her.
a tax of opportunity because I moved.
So it has to be like you have to like do a melee swing on him.
Because against the mech.
Yeah.
I'll write that opportunity attack rule that I'm not super familiar with. Yeah. So both of them get to kind of attack at him there, right?
Yep.
Yep, one each.
Okay. Wouldn't the if I pick, do I get to pick the attack that they use?
So it would have to be like a regular attack. So it'd just be
it's just a regular attack.
yeah. So
not like
one of them
okay.
one of them has a bite. The other one has
Yeah.
a flurry of bites.
Yeah. Okay. So you got a bunch of pissed off Hydra snakeheads that are basically trying to chew through your power armor as you move away.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and we are going to give it a +10 to hit with a 5-foot reach, one target.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will go ahead and roll that. Unless you want to roll it. You roll it, man. Fuck it. It's your guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so it comes over as a 16, and I think it's a 16 because it's +10, right?
Yeah. Yes, it is +10.
So 16. Okay, so you also with that character have a feat that allows you to, whenever a character moves out of distance, to go for a grapple.
Yeah.
So go ahead and try to make your grapple attack on him.
Okay, that's D20 again?
So D20, and I'm adding strength. It's going to be... Okay.
So that would be a 13. These monsters aren't rolling very well.
Nope.
And that is also a miss.
Okay.
Okay.
So you add... Okay, yeah, that one's a miss as well. Okay, so now it's Frogmoth's turn.
Yeah, so the frog, just finished, vomiting acid all over him last turn. Is this attack of opportunity still?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, let's see.
And don't worry, we're going to be taking care of the acid right after these attacks of opportunity.
Okay, cool. I'd probably use a tentacle attack since it's moving away from it.
Okay, so 5, 10, 15, 20 is enough to reach. Or 25, sorry. So you're going to get 9 plus your... What is the attack for the tentacle? +10?
+10, yeah.
Okay, so 19.
Yeah.
Still a miss.
Okay, so both miss. Okay, and then I believe Honky's turn is down to a bonus action.
Yeah, and on my bonus action, I'm going to... It doesn't say that it doesn't just happen.
What are you trying to use?
You may fire your grapple arm at any surface or PC within 60 feet. Grapple sticks on surface.
Yeah, so what this is it's your loading arm. So this is what technically a lot of the machines tend to use when they're on the blimps. So what would happen is an aerial, a Zeppelin would come in. There'd be 6 of these on the top deck. They would shoot down to grapple, and they would pull the Zeppelin to the dock. So that's what its practical use is for. This one allows you that, say for example, if you were falling, you could use it as a grappling hook. So you could use it to grapple enemies and pull them towards you.
That's what I was going to ask. Okay, because like you said, they're grappling from above. So is this like a harpoon style grapple, like where?
No, it's tongs. Imagine like a ball that has 2
like a ninja,
pincers.
like a ninja
yeah,
thing.
like an insect.
Okay.
So yeah, so it does.
I'm still going to attempt what I was going to. I'm going to grapple arm because I still have my gun. Frogman here.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your attack. So it would be your dex.
No, it didn't give me any of those choices. But okay, that didn't work. What's up? 14.
That is a miss.
That is the wrong side. I jackass. Ugh.
Sorry?
The frog
I rolled a dex
doesn't
save.
care.
Didn't matter anyway.
The frog doesn't care.
Yeah.
So as you shoot it across, it lands on the ground behind the frog moth. Now you have a decision to make. Do you want to release the clamp, or do you want to get pulled to the grappling point?
Can I ready the action to pull
No,
myself?
you've already used your action for the turn.
Right. So I can't do anything with this grappling hook at this point now. Anyway,
You can either release it and it comes back to you and reattaches to your arm, or you get pulled to the location and the arm attaches and it goes back to normal.
well, that depends. Where did it land at? On like, did it go past him or is it in front of him?
It's on the ground behind him in a direct line.
Oh well, then I'm going to fucking go for it. I'm grappling to the arm. I'm going to try to go for the fucking spear as I go by.
Okay, so you get dragged to this location, and as you pass by, I want you to make a weapons attack on Frogmoth. Just your regular, not your spell gun,
right,
but your regular gun.
Daddy wants strawberries for dinner.
That definitely hits it.
Deal your damage. Same damage as your gun, not the cryo.
Oh no.
Take that 4 damage, bitch, as I fly by.
Tink, 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 tink. All right. So now we are on to Ezri.
Yeah. The frog moth is just gonna look at the mech after that really weak attack, shrug, and just push it off the fucking tower.
Okay, so you're going to roll a touch AC, which is going to be just your strength. So it's going to be grab your strength die in the top right and try to push him.
Okay. Can I grab that off the monster sheet?
I think you're going to have to roll it
yeah,
and
there we
add
go.
it. Yeah. Oh, you figured it out? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Oh, wait, no. That's the number. I need to die. There we go.
Okay, so I want you to Honky, I need you to roll an opposing strength check. So your strength up in your character sheet, just drag it on and throw it.
Yep, strength save.
See ya.
So, hang on. With that happening, I'm going to use turn as a reaction. I can activate my MKS boots to anchor myself to the building for 1 minute.
Bang. So, what you see, Frogmoth, is this mech just connects itself to the bridge with these clamp feet. And it becomes stationary. But with the push, I'm going to allow you to roll 4d6 for damage.
Okay.
All right.
So just so you know, Honky, so you understand this, you have the ability as a bonus action only, not a reaction, or a full action to release those boots.
Right.
Just to be clear.
Yeah. I understand that it was a bonus action. Like, it wasn't just like, I am no longer here. Like,
yeah, it's like, it's not that you...
I am there.
Yeah.
Until I release them.
Exactly.
Like, they were released in 1 minute on their own, but that's like literally fucking 10 turns. So.
All right, what statement does Ezri have to what she just saw?
At this point, she's just kind of getting annoyed at how much they're fighting back, and that one of her monsters got killed there. Like, if she's serious about killing them, like, maybe it's time, like, that she bust out some of her own magics is kind of what I would feel might be appropriate at this point.
All right.
You are Ezra.
So I want
Do
you
as
to
you feel.
I want you to roll a D100. So you're going to right click on the D10 and hit percentage and then throw it in. Okay. All right, so as Ezri's getting a little bit more pissed off, I want you to tell me, I want you to insult the other team, Jack, and I'll tell you what it does.
Oh, fine, I'll do it myself.
That's insulting your constructs, not us.
Yeah, I know. I'm still trying to think of like an insult that'd be in character for her. Like, I feel like I don't know enough about the character to know how she would insult.
You're helping with the story. Do whatever you want.
All right.
You kind of basically know a rough background about her and what her dealings have been.
Yeah.
Maybe something about the Tarl, maybe something about the Solly, like anything you want.
I think she'd just kind of, even though this battle isn't going well for her, I don't think she'd back down from her earlier statement. She'll just yell maniacally, "I've already won, Ulani!"
So as you do that, your arms become red with light red ichor. And you can kind of see it start to protruding on your back almost like a coat. And as this coat lifts up, it starts to spread red magic across the ground in spiraling formations and connects to the remaining two monsters. They are fully healed, and they gain advantage on all attack rolls for the remainder of the encounter.
Okay.
Alright, so now you get to choose one of your monsters, and I want you to speak to the other one.
All right. Well, the frog hemoth already did its action. We're going to try to just shove the mech off the roof of the tower.
So what do you say to the snake?
Chew her to ribbons! Sounds about right.
So one of the snakeheads is looking directly at you at all times to receive intel for the other brains, and it skanks forward. And all of a sudden, Sorry?
Do I get an attack of opportunity for that?
No, only if it leaves your threatened space, not if it moves through it.
Okay.
So as it comes up to you, you can kind of see that it has several tails as well, and the tails start to curl around Ulani into a giant circle, basically encompassing her in all directions. It's not considered a grapple, but it's going in for one.
It's like a constrict attack, is what it is.
Yep, she's trying to get you into an appropriate position. Okay, so the first attack misses. Second attack misses. Third attack misses. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. That really sucks, Jack. I'm sorry. I rolled like shit for that guy.
All good.
So what ends up happening is
The monster's
Ulani,
been rolling for shit.
So Ulani, what you see is now you are surrounded by the creature, but it does not have you grappled. In order to move past 10 feet, you would have to climb over the body parts of the serpent, and you lose line of sight with Paladin Keurig.
Okay.
Alright, we're back to Ulani's turn.
Sorry. Ezri, you have tried my patience long enough. I cast Wish. Undo what she just did.
So in regards to
Healing her monsters.
healing her monsters. Okay, so I would like you to describe what happens if you have the spell description there.
Yep. Well, it doesn't really describe exactly what I'm saying, but I can do it.
Yeah, give us a short little blurb.
Okay, so yeah, as she gets so angry and cracks her knuckles, you can see little sparks of radiant magic coming from her fingertips, and as she pulls them apart, you can just see reality start to warp around her. And the red glow that was surrounding her monsters, giving them their power, starts to fade and draw into like nothingness as it just goes, as like the reality surrounds it like a black hole, it forces it into a singularity.
Okay, so what I will say to that is, I am
Boing.
willing to allow one of two things to happen. You can either take off their advantage buff, or you can take off their health buff.
Health buff,
Health.
you mean like the regaining of hit points?
The regaining of hit points, so they can go back to what their original HP was, or you can get rid of the buff that gives them advantage. So that's your choice.
Okay, I'll take care of the hit points then.
Take the hit points back down to regular. Very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as this happens, you can kind of see the remaining monsters just coiling and toiling, and you can see that in the eyes of each one of the snakes, they start to look at each other as the skin slowly opens up of their previous wounds. The turtle itself, you can kind of see blood start to pour from its mouth for where it got cracked the first time with the meteor, and you kind of see it open up into a charred, boiling little sore that's on his face, and on his back is just this huge meteor crater site. And all of the HP goes back to normal.
Well,
Right.
back to
All
where
right.
they were.
So I need you to roll a 1d6.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Didn't you say all of our characters can like see this happening?
Not right now, because she's like on her own inside of like a coiling snake.
No. Like Steve, Giraldi, and
There
Westra.
our characters are prone on the deck of the airship after it was bombarded with fireballs.
Yeah, they've recently stand up and they're still watching this all happen.
Oh,
Copy.
okay.
Can I make a move to go mount a Mark 186 suit that I see
No.
hanging
Hang
around?
on.
Well, you'll have to
No.
wait till your turn. You wait for a
No, I
second.
meant as Steve.
No.
Okay.
You're level 1. Don't go get yourself killed.
Well, I was gonna go.
All right, so what was I talking about again? Sorry.
So Londa's
Oh, the 1d6. So I want you to subtract what you rolled off of your intelligence.
Huh?
So minus your intelligence by 5.
I can't do that. I can't alter the character sheet.
I can do it for you.
Okay.
So your intelligence score goes from 36 to 31.
Oh no.
And what ends up happening is you can start to see like as the Yanti is looking directly at you after you cast the spell, you sort of feel weakened and almost inhibited. You feel like something like a part of your life has recently disappeared, or a memory of a lost loved one from your past. The memory seems to fade. You lose a partial memory.
Okay.
Nothing to do with this fight, but just kind of as a flavor.
Yeah, no. It's going into the notes.
Very good. So now you can choose. So it's up to you what you want to do. So you have a move action, and that's pretty much it at this point.
Yep.
She isn't constricted, but she is kind of.
She is surrounded.
By, like hydra heads and tails and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Imagine it like coiling, just like you'd see a boa constrictor do.
Yeah.
They kill Aladdin.
That too. All right. So
Okay, cool.
you got a movement?
Yep. I'm going to use a legendary action to cast a spell with no cast time.
Okay, so you've already used a full action, so you can't use your legendary action this turn. You have to have a full action to be able to use that legendary action. So your wish spell would have been that one for the turn.
Yep.
Okay.
Even though it doesn't take your pool of legendary actions.
You can still only do one.
Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. So I have a move, you said?
Yes. So you can attempt to climb out, you can stay still, you can... Under normal circumstances, if people were actually using this character, you'd be able to quaff potions, eat food, verbally say something, that kind of thing.
I'm going to attempt to leap over its tails.
Okay. So, it's going to cost you your entire movement, and I need you to make an acrobatics check.
Okay. I don't have that skill even on this sheet.
Not under skills?
No. Oh, there we go.
Right, it should
There
be
it
right at
is.
the very top. Yeah.
No, it's just like for a while, like I had like, I don't had like the skills I was proficient in, and it wasn't showing me any numbers. So okay, never mind. It just popped in. So good. Acrobatics.
Okay.
Shaboosh.
As you step forward, you place 1 foot on the bottom snake coil that isn't moving, and you start to proceed up the side. When you get about halfway up, you're about its 3rd coil up, and the top one slams you into the face, and you fall back down into the center. You're not prone or anything, but you're reduced in movement, and you're stationary, back at where you started.
Use my legendary reaction to reflect his attack.
Wasn't technically attack. It was more like a push, so to speak. It's not going to deal any damage. You kind of just lost your footing and fell.
It was more flavor than it was attack.
Oh, okay.
It's basically a fancy way of saying that roll ain't good enough, son.
Yeah, 100%. I rolled a 23 when you rolled a 22. Fuck you.
Fair enough.
I did opposing acrobatics check, and the snake rolled a nat 20. So, kind of had to give it a little bit of a break.
Yeah.
I feel like opposing opposing fucking snake in a dex check is just not ever gonna go well.
It's
not
really
usually.
not, yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
so we're back towards Meki Bo Meki Banana Banana Bo Meki.
All right, cool. So I've been reading. I have a thing called the Draconic Cry. And as a bonus action, you let out a cry. I'm not doing this right now. I'm just.
Oh, fuck. Let me explain something real quick, and I really apologize. That dude was supposed to be human. So, I don't...
I'm still humanoid.
No, you're not. You're Cobalt if you read the character.
Yeah. But
Yes.
creature type, you are a humanoid.
Yes, you're a humanoid, but you are human. So, just ignore that part of the character sheet. I didn't get a chance to change it. I apologize. That's my fault.
I was totally about to yell at people.
Yeah, it's a level 1 goblin, or a level 1 Cobalt Artificer is what the token actually is.
Yeah.
But it's actually a giant mech. This was...
Oh, okay, I see.
This mech
No
was
worries.
originally designed to fight Ulani instead of being on her team.
Copy. Alright, so I am mounted with freezing guns. And I have 1 move left. So before I shoot anything, I'm going to use my bonus action for my grapple glove, my grapple arm. You know, actually, I think it's part of that. Just turn, you may fire this. So I can grab Bitch Face McGee over there. She is within the
Who's
range.
Bitch Face McGee?
Over here. I'll put my thingy on it.
So you're
Are you trying to die?
So what is the range on the grappling hook? Remind me.
60 feet.
So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Let's hold on. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35,
you can do
45,
it
50,
manually
55. Bam.
like
Yep.
you just did.
So go ahead.
Oh yeah, I got it. It's mine. Alright, so we're going to do that. How do you want me to roll the damage for that?
So you still have to roll the attack to see if you hit her.
Right, but it doesn't.
So it's going to be the same as your it's going to be the same as your Gatling gun to hit.
Okay.
So just don't roll it on her, just roll it in the side. And I'm going to, before I look, I'm going to actually give you what your dex response is. So I want you to roll a d20, Jack. And I'm not looking at what either of you write.
Oh, okay.
All right, Jack, what number did you roll?
16.
Okay.
I also
Keep
rolled a
that.
16.
Okay.
You
So,
rolled a 3.
No, that was he said to roll d20, and he was talking to you. I rolled
Oh.
my paladin attack
Oh,
like I
okay.
was supposed to.
what?
So you rolled a
What are
3.
you saying?
Okay, so I rolled my attack.
What did I ask? Let's start there.
You said to roll a d20, so I rolled a d20,
Okay.
but at the end of it, you said
So
you
your
said
roll
for
is
him-
null because I didn't ask you to do anything, right?
My top roll, the roll as Steve means nothing. The roll as Echo Mac Paladin Curic is my attack.
Okay,
on
so ignore the 3. Okay, so
Yes.
okay, so let's make sure to do things in order. Okay, so what ends up happening is when you fire it, I want you to give. Oh fuck, I don't even know anymore. That's fucking weird. So you rolled a 16. So your AC is going to be. So AC doesn't matter, and it's opposing dex save. So that would be it. She fails, and it connects.
Cool. I am mounted to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She is now. I'm going to pull her to me.
Okay.
And I am going to put my gun against her. We have an AC for her, right?
Yep.
Okay. I'm going to hit her with the cryo.
Okay,
Gatling gun.
so let's do this in order. So you see the mech. Ezra, you see the mech come on the opposite side of the frog moth last turn, whipping through with this grapple gun, and you see him take status on you, and he fires the grappling gun in your direction, but it catches you around the waist, and you weren't grappled. So.
Oh no.
Okay, and you said you're gonna.
Whatever will I do?
So you're gonna say she's pulled to you.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're gonna basically point blank her with the Gatling gun?
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and roll your to hit with advantage with your gun, and it's gonna be the cryo spell.
I roll the cryo spell.
Yeah.
22.
22. That definitely hits. So do your damage.
Okay.
Okay. And in response, because I forgot to do this earlier, I need you to add 30 onto the mech for the acid damage.
Okay.
So 30 goes to her. And I'm going to tell you what your remaining HP is, Jack, through Steam.
Okay. Through Steam?
Or I guess I could do it in this.
Discord, yeah, okay.
Discord instead? Okay, Discord.
Yeah, I don't think I've got Steam open.
Message.
No Bubba's. Okay, come on. There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
All right. So that is... So, yeah, that's your turn.
Nope, that was just my action. I still have a move and a bonus.
Well, you technically only have a bonus because you can't move.
My bonus action is to uncleat my feet.
There you go.
My move action is while she is grappled in my grappling hook.
She is not grappled anymore because remember, at the end of the shot, it always goes back to its regular space. She's now directly next to you.
Oh.
Same as before.
Sucks. Well, that fucking sucks. That changes my whole plan. I'm going to retract my cleating statement and recleat myself to the floor.
No. No.
Well, then...
No.
It's still an instant action from there to there. So she would still be hooked in my arm.
No.
And I could walk off the edge.
No.
Well, I don't have any moves left anyway in this thing. So, Paladin's going to exit the mech because it's useless now.
No, you still got another round. You get 3. Because I made it so, because I forgot that I gave you 2. That's my bad. Or you could initiate the self-destruct.
Well, so that was the plan. Could I initiate the self-destruct and then get out of the machine?
Nope.
Why?
Because you're frozen inside of it.
Okay, so why couldn't I open it and then initiate the self-destruct?
Because you activated your cryo-freezing at the beginning.
The end of the machine?
Yeah. It's a giant ice...
The machine's like covered with like ice and shit. You gotta wait for it to finish, it sounds like.
Okay, well, all I can do is move, so I'm just standing there now.
Okay, so next up is Ezri.
Before the monsters go, like, what sort of, like, basically, like, your insignificant instant kill spell does she have access to, I'm assuming?
Not... See, that's the thing. This person is more of like a non-combatant. So that's the way that I'm trying to run her as, but now she's involved in combat. So she has the generic moveset of any character. She can disengage. She can... basically anything she wants.
Okay.
That a normal character could do.
Yeah, okay.
So, I don't know if you know what disengage is, but disengagement is taking yourself out of combat by using a full action to not take attacks of opportunity.
Okay.
So, if you want to move her away from the mech, you have to sacrifice one of the turns of the big monsters, or just keep going.
Okay. Honestly, I'd probably just keep going here. I mean, as cool as the big mech is, like she knows damn well that Ulani's the real threat, and this guy's just wasting her fucking time there. The frog's right next to the mech, so the frog is.
Are you still attached to the ground, or did you let yourself go, Honky? I can't remember.
You wouldn't let me reattach myself to the ground after I chose to unattach myself when I was going to jump off the side with her.
Understood.
So, I guess that's up to the DM. Say you canceled out the move I was going to do, so I think that should cancel out the entire move order.
No. Alright, so you have a choice. You could either use one of the monster's actions to move or have them attack.
I'm definitely gonna have both the monsters attack.
Okay, and which one would you want to start with?
We'll do the frog he moth first since it's like right here. So it's just gonna keep, pounding away at this mech suit that seems to refuse to go over the edge.
Yep. You ever?
So it makes a bite and then 2 tentacle attacks.
Very good.
So here's the bite.
Okay, so hold that thought for a second. So what ends up happening is whenever the toad goes for his first attack, he bites at the mech and actually connects, but actually chips a tooth on one of the ice pellets that it's on the side. Honky, you gain a basic attack of opportunity.
Oh, these super monsters are pathetic.
Yeah, they're like the fucking N64 monsters.
All right,
yeah,
so
that's what it feels like, eh?
So it looks like you hit, so deal your damage.
Yeah, it's like Lizzie, Frank, and what the fuck other one?
And so now
Rex, I think.
So now you go down to
Ralph,
George, that was it.
So now you go down to the monster and you add up whatever stat he's using. So I think it's strength. So add its strength bonus to that too.
The frog he moth's strength bonus.
Yes, please.
Okay. And that's how much damage it takes.
Yeah, the 3d6 plus whatever its strength mod is.
Okay, gotcha.
So what's the strength mod on the frog?
+6.
All right, so it's 15 damage, Honky. You can add that.
I'm not taking the damage, am I?
Yeah, the frog's fucking... Or, no, sorry, the frog moth. My bad.
I said, why the hell am I taking damage on natural one?
Because I feel you should. All right, so that's what you take. Okay, so second attack. Continue with your 3 attacks. So you're on your second one.
Yeah, so next one is the tentacle attack. So that's a 27.
What's your AC, Honky?
It's
Okay, deal your damage.
Okay. So +6, that's 24 damage. And how big is the mech suit considered to be?
You guys, it's about 2/3 the big guy's size.
Okay.
And the big guy's the frog moth.
Is it by like D&D? Is it considered like large or huge?
Yeah, your monstrosity, it's large.
Okay. So then Echo Mech Paladin needs to make a DC 16 save to not be grappled by the tentacle attack.
There you go. So Honky, if you would so kindly do, throw it in the box.
What am I throwing in the box? A DC on what?
DC 16 against a grapple.
My AC's 20.
And I'm gonna get you to roll disadvantage because you're flanked.
Okay, disadvantage. And which one am I rolling? Dex?
Jack?
It's a grapple check, so
it'd be strength.
It's strength. It doesn't specify.
23.
Okay.
So he
You're
succeeds.
fine. Yeah. And then another tentacle attacks. That is a 15 to hit. I'm assuming it doesn't.
It does not.
Okay.
All right, and your second, so you have a move and no bonus with this guy.
He ain't going nowhere. He's right where he needs to be.
Okay, and now the Yuanti.
Okay. Before the Yuanti does anything, one sec, sorry. Ulani needs to make a DC 17 Wisdom throw, or else she becomes terrified of snakes because she's within 30 feet of it. I'm assuming she's going to make this easily, though.
Yeah. As
Yeah.
fuck.
Yeah.
What's the
Yeah,
snake?
easy peasy. Okay.
I look at your snake and I'm like, I shit bigger problems than you.
Yeah.
More intimidation.
All right, I want you to make your best insult towards Ulani, Ezri.
One sec.
So how this is going to go, something is going to happen based on what you say. And if you make an insult towards a certain thing, it'll grant bonuses.
All right.
And
Give it up, Ulani. Your son is already dead.
And as you state that out loud, these are the 2 words I chose. So Ulani, you are now grappled and immobilized.
Yeah? That's gonna fucking change.
Okay. So, Ezri's turn is now over. Now it is Ulani.
Okay. First thing is first.
Let them know I'm the realist. First things first, I'm the realist.
I cast teleport.
What kind of components are involved?
Verbal.
Verbal only?
Verbal only.
Awesome. So the reason why I asked that, guys, is because some have components that require hand waving, and she is currently immobile, so she wouldn't be able to do. That's why I'm asking.
Don't worry, I checked.
All right. So what's the spell again?
Teleport.
Teleport. Perfect. All
I
right.
can teleport myself anywhere that I can see or know.
Okay. So the places you can see from where you are. So the snake coils are go up about, I want to say, 8 feet above you, so you can actually see, like, you know where Ezri was at the start of combat. You can actually see a balcony you can teleport to.
Well, the other part of the spell says any place that I know.
Oh, I thought
And
you
I
said
know
you
this
had to.
stuff.
I thought you said. Oh, I thought you said you had to see it.
See it or know
See it or know it.
Okay,
Because
you
it can also
I didn't
teleport
hear that
myself
part.
hundreds of miles.
Nice.
Sorry.
Okay.
So, I'm going to teleport directly behind Ezri, giving the paladin advantage.
Yep.
Then, let me make sure I'm reading this properly. Then I'm going to cast as one of my legendary.
And that should be your final one, right?
I'm going to cast Whirlwind.
Awesome. All right. So read the spell description.
Okay, so Whirlwind. One action, range 300 feet, verbal, material, concentration up to a minute. So Whirlwind housed down at a point I can see on the ground within range. The Whirlwind is 10 foot in radius and 30 feet high, centered on that point. Until the spell ends, I can use my action to move the Whirlwind up to 30 feet in any direction along the ground. The Whirlwind sucks up any medium or smaller objects that aren't secured to anything or that aren't worn or carried by anyone. A creature must make a dexterity saving throw the first time on a turn that it enters the Whirlwind or that the Whirlwind enters its space, including when the Whirlwind first appears. A creature takes 10d6 bludgeoning damage on a failed save, or half as much. On a failed save, or half as much on a successful save. A large or smaller creature that fails the save must succeed on a strength saving throw, or become restrained in the Whirlwind until the spell ends.
Okay. All right. So what's the DC save and throw again?
You spells.
It said I'd do a dexterity saving throw while in the whirlwind or something.
Whenever you pass through it, it sounds like, yeah.
Yeah, but it also happens if you're standing on it when it's activated, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's
You make a dex saving throw on the first turn.
Okay.
DC 8. So I put it in the tracker, I think.
Okay, she rolled a base 16. I assume you're dropping it on Ezri?
So I'm not dropping it exactly on Ezri. I'm dropping it 10, was it 1 square above her space and 1 square up 1 square, so it hits her and the frog behemoth, but misses Ulani.
One square up, and it's 30-foot radius. So you want to do?
No, it's
sorry, I'm having a hard.
it's
I'm having a specifically hard time hearing what you're saying. Sorry.
It has a
It-
10-foot radius at the base. It goes up 30 feet, and he can
Okay.
move it 30 feet.
And
yeah,
where?
so it'd be like it'd be like a tiny plus shape on the grid.
He wants to cast it to
Okay.
where it hits Ezri and the frog, but not Olani. So what it's going to end up being
Okay,
is
so
going to be like,
with the squares, if you put the bottom part of the plus sign on Ezri, would any of those hit the Frogmoth?
yes.
Okay, would it also... Okay, so if you cast it directly on Ezri, are you talking like
So if
a
if you
3
cast
line
it direct-
crossed with a 3 line, or a 5 line crossed with a 5 line?
it's 10 foot, right? So it would be actually. Hang on a minute. I remember how to do this. I think.
It'd be the one square in the center, and then each of the squares touching it. That's a 10-foot radius.
Okay,
Just
so
like a little
so to me,
tiny
to
plus.
hit Ezri, you would hit Honky instead of the Frogmoth if you used the plus sign, right?
I think it would hit them both because they're both overlapping in that square.
That's what I'm thinking. So it's like,
Yeah.
that's why I got confused. I'm like, I don't think you can hit the Frogmoth with a plus sign without hitting Honky.
Yeah.
No,
don't
I
think
didn't say it wasn't a hit honky.
See, I don't think
Oh,
hitting
okay.
Honky was ever not the issue.
Okay, I didn't hear Honky's name added into who was being hit. Okay, cool. All right, so now we know where it is. Okay, so, and what is the DC?
8.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to roll for Ezri. Honky, you roll for yourself, and I'll roll for the Frogmoth.
Or you want me to roll the frog thingy since I got it open in front of me?
Oh, okay, I'll let you... Yeah, I'll roll Ezri's, which I've already done. You go ahead and roll yours.
What am I
Yeah.
rolling? A strength save, right? Because I'm strong.
No, it's a deck save.
It's a dex save. Yeah.
Right, but if I'm a large creature, it's a strength save.
No?
It's a dex save. You're trying to dodge debris in a big fuck off whirlwind.
$27.
Yeah, you can't even fail that.
Mhm.
So there you go. So Ezri gets banged up but still manages to make the save.
Okay.
And the Frogmoth, I believe, rolled an 8, which matched it.
Yeah.
So they take 21 damage.
So 21 damage. So Ezri, I need you to take that damage.
Yep, I'm keeping track of it all.
Okay. And Frogmoth takes half of that as well.
Hey.
Or it takes the full damage. What am I talking about?
Yeah.
It matched,
It takes
right?
the full 40
It has to
yeah.
beat it in order to
Yep.
succeed. So it
Aggressor
takes.
wins.
Okay.
So Frogmoth takes 43 damage, and I think, if my memory serves me correct, that's KO.
It's still alive, but it doesn't
Barely.
look like it's in very good shape.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, hang on. Now it has to make a strength save or be lifted.
Ooh. Okay, I'll roll
That's
Ulani's. Or, sorry, not Ulani's, but Ezri's.
Yeah.
And what was the DC?
Saving throw, strength saving throw.
Strength? Okay, so Ezri fails, and it looks like the other two succeed.
Okay, so she is now restrained in the whirlwind and pulled 30 feet up.
Holy fuck. Awesome. So, whose turn was that? Was it
That was
Ulani's turn, right?
Yeah.
All right, Paladin, you're next up.
All right, Paladin.
Hang on. I want to taunt her first.
Okay.
How dare you bring my son into this?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Whoops.
There you go. All right, Paladin boy, you're up next.
Paladin boy's up. Paladin boy is going to use the action thingy to try to grapple that bitch up in the air. So that is a...
Say that again?
So she's in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, I understand. I got it.
Yeah. So
Continue.
I'm trying to grapple her out of the air from 30 feet up at a high velocity and make her smack the ground beside me. You know what I mean? Because my hand comes back in. So it's not. It's. Oh yeah. Can I like try to like aim it to where she goes off the edge?
Yeah. Yeah, like I was doing.
John.
That's up to yourself.
Okay. Well then, yeah, that's what we're going for. We're going to try to like yeet us, delete us, this bitch.
Very good.
All right. So what were we rolling for that?
Now, just remember that if you miss her, you also roll an attack on Ulani right after as it sticks in the ground behind her.
Talking about it, we get caught in the whirlwind.
No, I'm just warning that if that was the case, like if you guys were standing right next to each other, passing through shit affects its trajectory, including
not
the wind.
Standing next to her because
I know, but you're not listening. Not what to I'm saying. So there might be a chance that it might be more difficult to hit the target with the wind. Is kind of what I'm getting at.
Right, but the other person's 30 feet above her.
Yes. Okay. Ignore that I said that whatsoever and hear what I say.
Okay. Anyway, so what do you want me to roll for that? Is that am I rolling the multi-tool Gatling gun for that because it doesn't have a dice?
Absolutely not. Read the ability. I think it's let me open it up here. I think it's your strength. It's basically a strength or no, it'd be dex. I think it'd be a straight dex attack. I think it's what we did last time. All right. So that is definitely a hit. I need you to roll a D100.
Which one is that? D6? Is that what you make into a D100?
No, it's the 10-sided die. You right-click on it and hit the percentage.
44.
Alright, so as you fire your piston upwards, you can see it heading directly to it, but then when it gets to the edges of the tornado itself, it starts to veer in random directions, and it catches her just barely by the arm.
Okay.
Like it was almost a miss.
Almost a miss, but it is not a miss. So she is connected and getting yeeted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I want to pull her from the position she's at.
Yep.
To the yeah, because I can actually for some reason move her. Like this direction. Yeah, right there. That's where I want to throw her to.
Okay, so here's the thing. So it wouldn't be that far out. It would have to be one of the squares over the edge. Or like at least one
like
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like
yeah, because it's got to be in a downward arc. So you could pick in square within like a radius of 2 around you.
Okay. Well, we want to go with.
We'll say like right here would be the furthest you'd be able to throw her.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, so go ahead and make a... I don't even know how to do this, because she's held immobilized by the air. How much pressure would it take to drag her down is the question. What level spell is that?
I drag fucking blimps out of the air with this thing.
Yes, but I'm trying to do calculations. You got to give me a second here.
Okay.
It's a bit different when it's a magic spell, because they don't have to obey the laws of physics.
So what level spell is that, Brian? Does it say? I think it's like an 8th or a 7th level. 7?
7.
Okay. So we will do a D100. Okay, you nailed a 91. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. As you yank her down, she comes flying straight down and over the edge. But whenever she goes over the edge, she slams directly on one of the girder beams below, about 10 feet down. And she takes full damage. So I want you to roll, I think it's, if I remember correctly, fall damage at super speeds. Minus that, I think it would be 5d6 damage for slamming off of that thing. So,
17.
There you go. Take another 17, and you are currently, Esri is currently prone down there. Okay. Now you have your move action. And I believe your... Did you use that as a bonus action or as a full action? I can't remember what you said. I think I gave you the ability to use all your components as bonus actions, right?
Sorry, I thought I heard somebody knocking at my fucking door.
Yeah, I'm
It's
just going to
3 o'clock.
read the character sheet.
What was the question? Sorry.
That is Steve, not who I need. Echo Mac. Here we go.
Am I muted?
Here we go.
What are you wanting? Sorry.
All right, so you have so pretty much the only thing you have left is as a bonus action and a move. So the only things you can activate as a bonus action are the crunch boots or the self-destruct. Those are the only two things you can activate. So it's still your turn. You got to move and a bonus.
Okay, well, we are crunch booting and jumping on that bitch.
Okay, so you're going to try to land in her threatened square off the edge.
I am going to try to land on her off of the edge, yes.
Okay, so
That's a pretty stupid idea.
Didn't you say she's on a banister?
yeah.
Yeah, look at the size of your mech compared to the thing that she's on there. You're just gonna fall off.
Yeah, but see, I'm willing to die because this is fighting for God.
Yeah, you have the ability to do whatever you want there, Honky.
Okay.
Whatever you want.
But you said I don't have bonus action.
Yeah, so you have basically a move. If you want to run and jump off and land in her threatened square, we can deal with that.
Infinite uses, but 1 per turn.
I think you're starting to see the problem.
Well, I'm in a situation of like...
So basically what happens is if you go off and jump on her, you've already used your grapple gun this turn. So if something goes wrong, you won't be able to catch yourself.
Well, this is my last turn anyway. This suit will be inoperable afterwards. Because I got the one up there.
Yes.
Sling down.
So it
Yes.
stops working at the start of your next turn.
All right, well, I'm just going to, turn off my overpowered cooling system. And...
You can't turn it off.
Oh. Well, I'm just going to fucking mount my goddamn boots to the fucking ground. Here we go.
Okay. All right, next up is
I
Ezri.
have Tourette's syndrome. Let's get it. I'm done. It's the end of my turn.
All right, Ezri, you're up.
Ezri's like eating a huge fucking slice of humble pie right now, face down on a beam on the side of a fucking tower.
Yeah, you're very Ezri. You can tell is visibly shaken.
Yeah, this is not going the way she planned it at all.
So you have as before, you can use Ezri's actions to move by sacrificing the use of one of your monsters.
Yeah. Okay.
Doesn't it take also a full round action for her to stand up?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Does
We'll
she
see.
have any utility
full
or
round
movement?
action? No, you can use a move action if you want to.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is. The move action.
Yeah, it's different in 5.0.
Yeah, 5e is
Okay,
weird.
cool.
3.5.
Just
it was
wanted to be clear.
Yeah, no, I'm from the
3.5 it was an entire
I
action,
am from
but-
the 3.5 version, yeah. I agree with you.
Yeah.
So
5e is just a full move action. And what is it? The bonus action if your gun jams?
Oh, baby, it's not time for bed yet. No, you want pets.
All right, so what do you want to do there, Jackie boy?
Okay. I'm assuming she can't do any spell casting or anything while she's prone like that.
Nope, but it will cost you a move action to stand up.
To stand up, yeah. Well, she's definitely not just gonna lay down there and take it, so she's gonna have to stand up, and
All right.
that'll take one of the monster actions.
So now you can use your action to move without sacrificing the other use of the other monster. This is considered that action. So you can have a full turn and only sacrifice one monster in the process. So you have the same kind of a turn as a character would. So you have the ability to move again if you use your action to dash.
Yeah, so can she like disengage so she doesn't get like completely beat up by these
No,
two things
she
right
doesn't
there?
have. She doesn't have to because they're above her behind cover.
Oh, okay.
So you can stand off and walk across the beam and try to climb up if you want.
Yeah, that's probably what she would try to do is get to higher ground here.
You got her,
Like,
sir.
where I just kind of dragged it. Yeah.
And I'm going to roll you your check. You nail it easily and you're back up.
Okay.
We don't get attack of opportunity.
Nope, because
she's
you guys
on
are
a lower level apparently.
Yeah.
So when she passed by
Nope.
Olani, she would have got an attack.
No, she wasn't because she's up there with you.
When I drug her
No.
past me on my
No.
turn.
No. It's not happening.
Why?
Because I'm
Why?
telling you, she's 10 feet down and you're standing on a platform above
She was
her.
30 feet above me. When I drug her down to her,
I'm going to say no of one final time.
Because she's 10 feet below me. How'd she get 10 feet below me?
Because
By
you whipped her
passing
down
through
on the beams below.
from 30. Yes, but when she came by in between me and Olani, Olani would have got an attack of
No, she
opportunity.
wouldn't, because if you remember when Ben does shit, that she needs to be the one that moves. You can't. That's why Finnick had to change his feet from last time, because that was a combo he wanted to use with Davos, and it doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. All right, so
Well, then explain instead of just saying
you have to listen. Sorry, bud. Like, I can't describe everything to you. You have to leave some stuff
It's
to
not
mystery.
describing. I was asking why she didn't get an attack of opportunity.
Because it's okay. Ezri, continue.
Okay. The frog's pretty damn beat up, but it's just really pissed off at this big, like, icy mechanical thing that's been pounding on it, so it's just gonna keep attacking it. Because it's too dumb to do anything else if it's not told what to do. So it'll be the same thing as before. Same layer multi-attack starting with a bite. So that's a 15.
Nope.
Right. Then goes in with a tentacle. 18.
Nope.
Okay. And then the other tentacle.
Nope.
That's also a no. Yeah,
I give this thing the college try, man. It gets A's.
The frog's like all beat up and probably, one of its eyes has been like blown clear off or something at this point, so he's got an excuse as to why he can't hit the broadside of a gigantic barn right now. That's her.
Sorry, I need a moment.
Okay.
Let's take a $5.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
in me.